Everybody, welcome to the first council meeting in level 3 and hopefully the last finance committee meeting in level 3, because I'm hopeful that will be in level 2 or level 1 by the next when the next meeting comes around. So welcome everybody, welcome to those who are listening in on the live stream. We've got the run sheet for the agenda. Call for apologies. Do we have any apologies?
Apologies from Paula for lateness.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Any other apologies? I'll move. Maxine, you'll second. Those in favour, please say aye, that we accept the apologies.
Aye.
Against? Carried. Confirmation of the agenda. The updated agenda was sent out this morning. I will move the confirmation and the order of the agenda. Maxine, you'll second. Thank you. Is there any discussion? Those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against? Carried. Declarations of interest. Are there any declarations of interest? Right, thank you. Public forum, do we have any members presenting in the public forum this morning?
No, we do not.
Thank you. Okay, so let's move on to the agenda, to the items in the agenda. The first is the confirmation of minutes of the Open Finance Committee meeting held on the 11th of February 2020. I'll move those minutes as a true and correct record. Maxine, you'll second. Is there any discussion on the minutes? There being none, those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Against?
Aye.
Carried. Okay, just before we get into the other items, my suggestion for rest breaks today for this meeting is that we'll look to have a 15-minute break at around 11:30 and then a 45-minute break for lunch around 12:45, and that will allow those members who wish to watch the 1 o'clock television special to do so, and will resume hopefully at about 1:30. That's assuming that the meeting is still in progress at that stage. Okay, so let's move on to the Chair's report, a very short Chair's report. Is there any discussion on the Chair's report?
I have a couple of questions, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, I'm just going to bring up.
Yeah, so do I.
Okay, let me just bring up the hands, and if you could use the hands, please. But Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Look, the first one's a general question in regards to your helpful commentary concerning COVID and the economic conditions we're currently, as an organisation, facing. And I'd just like to get your feedback and your insight about how you're feeling in terms of, one, where the Chief Executive's savings are in general, and then as a second limb, your feeling about Council's current approach to budgeting methods. And I raise them as critical components or levers that we could potentially use to zero in on areas of cost savings to give us as much headroom as possible to leverage our balance sheet in some of the projects that we may be asked to fund. So it's a very general question, trying to glean your level of confidence and comfort under both the current budgeting methods we're using within Council across every department, and secondly, your current optics as to the levels of savings the Chief Executive has identified. Yeah, that's it.
Okay, well, I guess my level of comfort is that I am particularly currently uncomfortable about the fact that we don't know what level of costs we may be facing. And I think if you've had a chance to read what's in public excluded around some of our work in progress contracts, we really have some potentially significant unknowns going forward. And the worry I have is that we are partway through an annual plan process, and I'm just a little bit worried that there is some eagerness to continue with some of those annual plan projects at a time when that uncertainty is there. In terms of the second question, I hope I've answered the first part, but if I haven't, you'll let me know. As far as budgeting is concerned, I think we do particularly good budgeting for normal circumstances. I've always felt that there's good comfort around the ways that we do budget. Sometimes when we're comparing our long-term plan budgets of now 3 years ago, there's a little bit of discomfort that comes up because some of those decisions were based on what we thought we knew 2 or 3 years ago. But I think the process that we have of bringing forward emerging issues and updating our spends and so forth, which are changes from the long-term plan, I think are the best that we can possibly do. At the moment, the ability to budget a lot of the costs, and I think if you've read Chris's report in public excluded, you'll see that there's levels of significant uncertainty around what those spends are going to be.
And so thank you for that. And I guess I was just trying to make sure you were comfortable with the method we use rather than top down. Are we using the bottom up type method within each of the departments to drive accurate budgeting? Because I'm frequently surprised at how things come along to us of significant expenditure, but they're framed in the narrative, but it won't be as an additional cost. We'll be able to find the funding within the organisation, and that's a bit of a concern. And I guess that leads into the other aspect of the question, which I don't think you may have answered, which is we had an expectation of the Chief Executive to have identified the levels of saving. And I wonder if you could tell me exactly what we've now got confirmed been able to save, and what strategies has he put in place to bring forward the savings. Because correct me if I'm wrong, I think we were looking at, well, rather than me assume that, maybe you could tell us what we had asked him to save and where the Chief Executive is in terms of achieving those savings.
Yeah, I think in terms of perhaps reframing part of my answer in terms of our budgeting, we often tend to budget first around the spend and then around what income we need. And I think the correct way of budgeting is how much income have we got and where's the best place to spend. But I don't know whether councils have ever done that. It's certainly been something that we've tried to challenge in recent years. The savings spend is already incorporated into the long-term plan, so we are kind of measuring that 94 million over the 10 years, year by year. It's almost a budgetary item, but it is a budgetary item in the long-term plan, and so therefore there is, if you like, accountability back in terms of the CE needing to report the levels of savings that are being achieved. And that's one of the areas which I find quite challenging, because we set that 3 years ago, and it seems like whenever we need a new batch of expenditure that's been taken out of, that hasn't been taken out of the perceived savings. So the CE has the benefit of achieving perhaps his savings, if he's successful in doing so. But we're reporting a whole bunch of new expenditure, which I guess we tried to achieve as part of those savings.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll just go down through the order that I've got them on my screen. Mark Councillor Bunting is next.
Good morning. Yep, thank you, Rob. Good morning. Your second sentence in your chair's report, I just wonder if you could extrapolate that out a wee bit for me, about how it says it may not be prudent to continue with agendas and associated spending that will ultimately bring significant costs back to residents in the future, as we did in the GFC in 2008. Can you just, for those of us who weren't there, talk about that in a little bit more detail? Because I've got a question to follow.
Yeah, I wasn't there either at that particular time. I was an observer reading the Waikato Times, as many of us were at that particular time. But I made that comment because my observation back at the beginning and during the global financial crisis was that we were continuing to spend. The council of the day didn't put rates up sufficiently to cover the spend. And I guess what I'm trying to say there is that we really need to look, given the events of the last 2 months, we really need to look at what we thought was business as usual in terms of our spend, and what we think we needed to put into the city to help it grow. We probably just need to come back a little and as a group collectively look at what we need to do in that space to ensure that we don't end up with ongoing deficits that will ultimately lead to rate increases. And I think if you look back at the Tuesday of last week or the week before, we were showing deficits in those best and worst case scenarios right through to 2025.
Okay.
And that was part of my concern.
Right, because I remember you voicing your concern, and I don't know which meeting it was, a couple of weeks back, and my eyebrows went up when you referred to, for example, cycle infrastructure as a nice to have. Is that the kind of thing you're talking about? Is that where you're...
No, not just cycle infrastructure. I'm really suggesting right across the board. But again, that's my view, and you know, collectively, the majority of council may wish to think otherwise. But my view is I'd really like to see most of those annual plan items, this is my view, come off the table, and we bring back the ones that are absolutely essential, given what we have to plan for, at least for the next couple of years anyway.
Okay, so I guess from my peace of mind, or at least so I can work out, you know, where the waters are lying or whatever it is your personal opinion on cycle infrastructure. Is that a nice to have? And would you, in your ideal world, have that potentially culled out of this next lot?
My personal view is that I'd like to see us expand cycleways in a way that it's cost effective to do so. And I would really like to see us, like we build roads to demand, that we construct cycleways because there is a specific demand for a cycle lane or a cycle track in a particular part of town.
Okay. Thanks, Rob.
I don't want to build, you know, personally, I don't want us to build white elephants.
Right.
And there's a risk of doing that because it's good to do.
Okay.
Again,
no, thanks, Rob. I appreciate that.
My personal view.
Yeah. And that was quite wide of the mark, so I appreciate your lenience.
Yep.
Joyce, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Sarah.
Thank you, Chair Rob. I wasn't just following on from Mark, this is not my question, but I will note that last year Hamilton City Council actually did a survey with in regards to travel choices, and about 55% of people said they would bike or would bike more if it was safe. So there is a latent demand, just noting that there. In terms of my question, it was really around the debt to revenue ratio, and what have we been doing in terms of advocacy around trying to get that shifted? So there was talk from LGNZ that they're going to be advocating to have it lifted. What are the updates there?
Yeah, look, I'm not aware personally of what we've been doing in that space. I'm aware that at least two growth councils around the country are very close, if not exceeding their the prudential level that's previously been set at 250%. So I would imagine that it will be relatively urgent action on their part, because they will be paying more interest and will be potentially at risk of some sort of modified audit report, because of the risks that the auditors might see because of that rate. So the 250% has obviously been set by central government with LGFA and Audit New Zealand, who audit pretty much most of the councils around the country, as being a prudential level. That's 2.5 times what our annual income is in terms of debt. And I suppose we would need to convince those regulatory authorities that it is safe for councils to take that level of borrowing beyond that 250%. Also remember, of course, that when we borrow, we have to pay it back, and the only ability for us to pay back the debt is from our surpluses, and so therefore we have to have the income generated, which is greater than our expenses, to have the surpluses to pay the debt back.
So the Chair, if I can just add a comment.
Yep, sure.
So the LGFA absolutely does not want to lift the debt to revenue above 250%. There are a few growth councils in New Zealand that are pushing up towards greater than 200 to 250 in that sort of arena, but there are many councils that are nowhere near that. And as all councils across New Zealand are guarantors for the loans for the whole sector, there will be a lot of pressure from all councils to not increase that debt to revenue limit of 250, because it would increase the risk to the sector and therefore the risk to their own council.
David, so what would be, from what we were looking at in terms of loss of revenue and things, it looked like potentially, even in the best case scenario, we were going to be breaching that debt to revenue ratio, or so
that was the case.
If we do, and what would the likely interest rate be?
So that was the case when we presented. It was almost 10 days ago now. Things change rapidly, and one thing that we've done post that briefing have gone back to our capital portfolio, and we're doing some significant review. Chris is leading that review. Of course, capital portfolio represents cash being spent and therefore debt, and so we're doing a significant review at the moment to we're looking at not so much sort of taking projects out of the capital portfolio, but more so having a look at what realistically can be achieved over the next 3 years, and maybe deferring a bit of spend into the next 2 years away, so that it helps us in that troubled. If you remember, the troubled time was next year, where we got to 280% debt to revenue. What we're wanting to do when we bring information back for the annual plan briefing, the next annual plan briefing, is to have an update on those financial strategy graphs once that capital portfolio review has been done. So it's too early to tell at the moment, but we're basically going on 3 scenarios for Chris to work through, and that's to limit our capital spend in the next year for 150 million, then 200 million the next year, and 250 the following. So we want to see what that impact has, as well as us doing a deep dive on our own costs from a council. And you know, when the other forecasting component is, when do we think we're going to be coming out of level 3 into level 2, where there's some sort of level of activity that would occur out in Hamilton, and therefore we're forecasting that we'll be at level 2 at the end of well, in June, if you like, level 2 in June. And what does that mean from a revenue perspective if we were to reforecast our revenue through, so level 2 from June through to the end of this year. So there's a few balls up in the air, but we'll be bringing back that new picture at the next annual plan briefing.
Okay, and one more question was, that's really helpful. So it sounds like we'll be having a much more in-depth discussion on this in the next annual plan briefing. But one other question is, from what we've seen, is central government's view on this at the moment? Because it seems that there's some expectations that we're using our balance sheet to then support economic stimulus programs, but from what I'm hearing, we potentially don't have that room in our balance sheet to do that. So what is the conversation that's happening there?
The latest I know is, and I spoke to the chair of the LGFA and the chief executive of the LGFA about a week and a bit ago, and they were very much talking to central government and wanting to also local government, NZ, around central government supporting the stimulus. Our hope is, you're right, our balance sheet can't handle significant stimulus capital programs. We're hoping for central government to provide the majority of funding, and that funding to be in the way of a subsidy to us, so that we can leverage that subsidy income to support our debt to revenue. So those conversations are still going on, and there's been no clarification on how that would work.
Okay, could we get an update on that? When is the next annual plan briefing?
I haven't got
Tomorrow.
my timetable here.
Tomorrow, okay, yeah. Some updates around that would be really good, just in terms of what progress.
Yeah, I can call Mark Butcher, who's the CEO of LGFA. I didn't realise that annual plan briefing was tomorrow. That we won't have our financial strategy graphs updated for tomorrow. So not sure Sean's on the call. He could talk about what we'll be going through with that one.
Okay, thank you, David. Thank you, Rob.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Sarah. Deputy Mayor Jeff.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks for this report. And I welcome the opportunity there for us to discuss our financial strategy. But I guess my question is, should we make a decision to change our financial strategy, to deviate from the path we're going? I'm just interested in what course you see us taking there. Do you see us putting up an amendment for the LTP, or do you see us agreeing to breach our debt revenue capacity and maybe borrowing outside the LGFA? Or what have you got in mind? Or are you just really talking about shuffling deferring capital projects and reducing operating spending? What's in your mind with that?
I haven't really got a view as to where we might land. I think what I'm keen to do in terms of reviewing the financial strategy and either reaffirming the existing one or changing it is really around making sure that all of us are on board, that we've had a chance to do a deep dive into why we agreed in the last term on the financial strategy and what changes we might, as a collective, want to make, so that at least we've all got some skin in the game and in terms of that. And that's why I was keen that we did it this year, not because of COVID-19, but because of the direction that this council wanted to go, rather than wait for the long-term plan to do it. So that's really my reason. And in fact, if you go right back to post the last year's election, that was something that I put my hand up for, that we do that sooner rather than later. But look, the financial strategy is agreed to by the whole of council, and I guess one of the things that I want to make sure that I would want to do in this term is make sure we don't take our hands off some of our growth strategy that is still going to continue, but at the same time that we don't become reckless in terms of spending and some huge debt and some big deficits for a future council to have to grapple with.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
Okay, Councillor Maxine.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks for your report. I guess from the time that your report and those others that we see in our meeting for discussion today were prepared to now, the world has changed, and there's no doubting that that will need to therefore we'll have to reflect on and review our position and our priorities. It's great to see the favourable position that we were in as at February, but while that's positive, these are unprecedented times, and it's really important that we agree a suitable strategy and a changed environment. I'm interested in what your guidance might be on the significance of today's report, what they tell us, and how we might use them best for decisions that we'll be making into the future.
Are you talking? Are you reflecting on the reports that are subsequent to this report?
Yeah. So, I mean, what we are presenting today is a picture from a different time, and how might that be used in order to help to make our future decisions, which of course will be impacted by that. We have no idea yet. At the 13th of May, that's our next discussion around our financial strategy. We don't know yet whether we'll be in level 3 or level 2. Hopefully by then we'll have some understanding about what that stimulus program looks like. But you know, given the reports for today, how might we be able to use that to best make decisions into the future?
Well, I guess the February financial report is all old hat now, because you know, a lot of events happened during March. And of course they're ongoing now, and if we only have 2 weeks in level 3, then we may see the economy start to stimulate into level 2 in 2 weeks' time. Look, I don't know. I guess what we're doing is holding regular meetings, which I think are good to a point, and we've got 2 tomorrow on the annual plan. I can't think of any other way that we can do these except stay informed and make the decisions. But I think our decisions really have to also reflect where the city's going over the next 3 to 5 years, and what legacy we want to leave future councils in terms of the finances. And I wouldn't like us to leave the legacy that we got in 2010, 2011, which was which was the tail end of the GFC, and we had high deficits, which led to quite a significant rate increase, if I remember rightly.
Thanks, Chair.
Okay, Councillor, any other questions? All right, well, I'll move that the Finance Committee receives this report. Do I have a seconder, please?
I'll second.
Yeah, thanks, Ewan. Is there any debate? Councillor Taylor, Deputy Mayor Taylor.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, look, I just commend you and your Deputy Chair for your actions and initiating a conversation on our financial strategy. My personal view at this stage is that we do need to look at it and take stock. You know, are there options which provide us a little bit more flexibility, a little bit more room to move in how we react to the current crisis? I just feel it feels like we need more flexibility. You know, both for the loss in revenue that we are going to have, the financial well-being of our residents, and the potential cost of the stimulus package, which is an unknown. You know, I'm really keen to explore the possibility of breaching debt revenue levels in the short term, possibly in the knowledge that maybe our next LTP might be slightly less ambitious and we'll be borrowing less money. Yeah, it just feels to me, if you can't make those sorts of changes in a crisis like this, when can you? So I just note the subject of cycleways came up, and I'm not quite sure how it came up. But just in terms of that, I note that Councillor Thompson's saying 55%, so they would cycle more if it was safe, and that there's latent demand there, but people don't always do what they're going to say. I think all the chair is really saying is that it'd be good to have a bit more information to base decisions on. Do we actually know how many people are cycling in the city at the moment? Do we have numbers? Has the change to Claudelands Bridge been popular? Is it being well used? We don't really know. Well, I certainly don't know how many people are cycling in Hamilton, and there's definitely some cycle projects I support, but I know there's more than $300 million worth of cycling projects in our stimulus projects that we've put up, and so I'm presuming somewhere we have some accurate figures to back up that level of investment. We certainly would across other areas of the organisation. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Bunting. You're on mute. Yep.
There we go. It's always confusing when it says unmute. You think you're on unmute, but by the way, thank you for your report, Chair, and thank you for graciously answering my questions. Just in response to Councillor Taylor there regards the cycleways and the counting, etc. There's probably more research than you could shake a burnt stick at on this in neighbouring cities as well. So I'd heartily recommend that we look at the work that has been done. Some really good research that's been done around Christchurch in particular, who had a splendid model of community engagement. So sort of to count how many people are biking across the Claudelands Bridge and not building anymore because of it would be sort of like not building a bridge because not enough people are swimming over the river. But this isn't a cycling decision. This is and I welcome that debate again later. I applaud you, Chair Rob, for raising these questions at this point of time. I mean, your job is to be the bean counter and is to hang on to the pennies, so your focus is welcome. I'm a little bit more confident about our financial strategy, but I think a good crisis like this puts it to the test and will test its resilience. I would caution against going, all bets are off because we've had COVID, because I'm starting to hear that kind of dialogue come in, and I'm starting to see a few projects get relitigated just because we've had a bit of a crisis, and because they were a good idea then. They might still be a good idea now after a crisis. It's just not an extra chance to have another bite of the cherry. The minister is saying build. The economists are saying build. So that is the flip side to the more conservative angle I'm hearing spoken today. So, yeah, thank you for this. I'm welcoming more discussion on it. But what I'm saying is, don't throw the baby out with the bathwater because we've had the COVID crisis, and I think it was you, Chair, talked about you don't want to see white elephants. Just keep an open mind, because one man's white elephant might be another man's environmentally friendly way of getting around. So thank you very much. I'm done.
Thank you, Councillor Bunting. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Chair. I really just wanted to reiterate that I'm keen to have a very in-depth and robust discussion around our options in terms of how we go forward. What does it look like if we breach that debt to revenue ratio? Is this the kind of situation where it actually becomes necessary, or what are the consequences? What are the options there? What are we doing in terms of advocating to central government on this and making it very clear the situation that we're in? There's a lot of information, I think, that needs to be coming through, and we need to have to make fully informed decisions here. So just indicating that I'll be continuing to ask. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, look, thank you, Councillor Rob. Look, I really appreciate the opportunity to have this dialogue. I think it's absolutely appropriate that we as a finance committee in this particular setting, and you as chair, have opened the opportunity to have a meaningful review of our spending and financial strategy in light of the challenges that we're facing. And I think because we don't fully understand the magnitude of those challenges, I think what everybody is saying is, let's just be cautious. Let's get some clarity, because already we know from the documents that have been made public and spoken about in some of our earlier workshops, so we can talk about it. But currently staff are saying just the 4-week hold of level 4 has cost us above $45 million in additional expenditure. Now, that's not confidential. That was in public documents as part of our workshop. So $45 million of costs already incurred that are likely to stem from stopping and restarting. And so I think that should grab all of our attention. And then every economist is telling us the chances are we're going to have a significant decline in our growth. And our growth and our DCs have often funded every aspect of our operation. So I think we've got reason to be cautious. And I'd like to re-emphasize the fact that every economist is telling us, as a result of COVID, the chances are the costs of doing what we had already budgeted is going to increase. And so, and I think the most important thing that I would bring to everybody's attention again is that we are joint and several with every other council in New Zealand when it comes to our funding model. So all we need is one council having difficulty, and that drags us in as well. Another reason why we should be cautious. And so on one hand, I'm saying I am prepared to support and spend and partner with central government in significant projects. But like any household, that may mean that we've got to look at the projects that we're currently talking about and had currently thought about doing and saying, is this an immediate priority? And are there good business principles that we could embrace to ensure that we keep our overheads and our OPEX and our capital expenditure to a minimum to enable us to do and participate in some of this growing out strategy, which I agree with. What I don't agree with is I'm not comfortable at changing our banking ratios to above the 250%. I think we have to cut our cloth to fit, because otherwise I think we're going to be seeing the very thing that the Chair of Finance is warning us about, that we could end up having a significant financial burden to manage. And so I think it is time for caution, and I think it is time for review. And I don't think there are any sacred projects. I think everything has to be relitigated. And I think the frustrating thing I'm finding is that I don't have clarity on what the costs are as yet, stemming from the last 4 weeks. And I just raised my final point. The people in this committee who are raising these concerns are people who have had a lot of commercial experience, both good and bad. And it comes from our experience having learnt in the past that making good decisions is easy when you have all the intelligence. We currently don't have all of the intelligence, and so we need to be cautious.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Councillor McPherson.
Thanks, Chair Rob. Just focusing on a couple of things Ewan said at the end there, I agree we need clarity before we can move forward on a lot of our decision making. When he talks about the lessons from history, I'm always minded at what happened in the 1930s in New Zealand and why New Zealand got out of the Great Depression earlier than most other countries. And that was on the back of heavy duty government intervention, not local government at that time, which was pretty much a bit player, but particularly in the public works area. And I'm actually supporting some of the comments that Councillor Ubuntu said early on, where he talked about the need for us to look at all possible ways of moving forwards, investing. And though I do draw the line at the white elephants he was talking about, I don't think we need any more of elephants and any white elephants in the zoo. But apart from that, there are a lot of things that this council has not been able to invest in the past, that the government is considering investing in now, that we should be looking at supporting. And if we adopt an approach that we have to wind a whole lot of things back and slow down, then we're not doing a good service for our community, in my opinion. Particularly in the transport area, there was a bit of a focus on cycling before, and that always annoys me the way it gets brought up, because I never, ever see the same queries raised when roads are proposed. I never, ever see people say, well, prove the need beforehand. I am all in favour of proving the need for all forms of transport when we're talking about new infrastructure especially, but not particularly focusing on just one at the expense of others. I'm in favour of a balanced approach, and that's always been our transport policy in Hamilton. What's the balance between cars, cycling, walking, buses, etc.? And we need to do that. And if we're homing in on the details of one mode, we should make sure we're consistent with all modes, in my opinion. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Dave. Councillor Martin.
Thank you. A very extremely useful discussion, and the speech be done. I certainly acknowledge previous speakers, and particularly Councillor Ewan. As I understand it, what Councillor Ewan and you and others are saying is that, and obviously we're going into our AP, which is preparatory also for the LTP process, is that really we're going to have a look at all of our activities from the ground up. We're not going to have a situation where we have a sort of a budget bid that says plus 150,000, plus 5 million, whatever. But basically, and as I said, sorry if I repeat myself, but it was a really good example the other day. I have to say, when we were looking at that City Safe issue, and we were having a philosophical discussion, I guess, whether we wanted City Safe to be active in the suburbs apart from the CBD. But there were some key questions at the time on that day that couldn't be answered in terms of, what is your cost of your central control centre, and where's your cost centre there? The Deputy Mayor, Councillor Ewan asked that, Deputy Mayor asked the issues of how many call-outs have we had in the suburbs, and I'm just trying to use that as an illustration where we obviously, in our AP, I'm really looking forward at moving to the whole. So I don't want to have a separate discussion, for example, about what we're going to give to eyesight and what we're ongoing going to give to tourism Waikato without, obviously it has been raised in email traffic by Councillor Wilson and others. We want to have a look at our international student market, our airport, gardens, all of the other factors, and where do we fit in promoting that. So all I'm saying, Mr. Chair, a real focus this time on section by section, ground up analysis. The Chief Executive have mentioned some savings, etc. So I suspect it's not obviously just going to be the Finance Committee that's going to be doing a whole lot of work. And I take it, Mr. Chair, what you're really looking for and your key messaging is in all these areas, we just really need to have up-to-date intel. But I also will leave you with one thought. In the early 1930s, by a government pre-35, there was horrendous unemployment. The economy went into reverse. There was a government that was elected in 1935, and isn't it interesting now we accept things like major public work projects.
You turn it down a bit. So anyway, the purpose.
Paula, can you turn? Yeah. All right. Sorry, Councillor Martin, continue.
Well, all I'm saying is if we reflect, we had a government and local councils that in the 1930s didn't just look at 1 year ahead, 2 years ahead. The reason we enjoy, for example, the public health system we enjoy now is because that public health system was established in the mid to late 30s. The reason we enjoy some of the major projects, Bob Semple, etc., the great minister works at the time, please read your history book. So the worry I have is when we discuss our AP and our LTP, our long-term plans, we are in a crisis. Obviously, that is true, as they were in the 1930s, as they were in 2008. But we don't remember the government that sort of just looked what was going to happen in 1934. We reflect in 2020 what that government and what local governments around the country achieved for now. So all I'm saying is what's really important, Mr. Chair, is as we move into this process, challenging as it is, we learn from history and we take a long-term view of history.
Thank you, Councillor Martin. Councillor Margaret.
Thanks, Rob. Interesting. I didn't think we were quite going to be getting into this debate space so soon, but thanks for the opportunity to discuss. Perfect opportunity to revisit our financial strategy. I'm really happy about that. It was something that that I thought as a new council, we need to have eyes over that and have the opportunity to just reflect and look at, well, where do we want to go as a council anyway? And I do think COVID-19 has really brought much more focus to that action for us now. So I'm very happy about that direction we're going to take. You know, I think at the end of the day, we're going to find some place in the middle. I don't really think we're going to put the handbrake on everything. I don't think we're going to grind to a halt. And I'm wary of us ploughing on full steam ahead without any regard to the current situation either. So I sit somewhere in the middle, but of course the key is around really good intel, really good data, good robust discussion in a very respectful manner, so that we can really scrutinise what our alternatives are and where we end up and what we weigh up as being our option of choice. Certainly we have a leadership role, but for my mind, I really want to be taking the community with us, taking the public with us. We are accountable to them, and I'm looking for a really thorough and robust consultative process with that as well.
Thank you, Councillor Margaret. Are there any other speakers? Right, if I could perhaps just...
Yeah, just me.
Sorry, Maxine, your hand's gone down.
Oh, has it? Okay, thank you. Sorry about that. I'll be really brief. I appreciate the opportunity to be able to raise these points, and I think, Chair, you've done a really good job of being able to open that debate and allow discussion. Really good input from everyone today, and the opportunity to be able to really start to have a look at some of the real uncertainty that we're experiencing at the moment. But I guess we need to be tempered about that and take a very measured and strategic approach. We'll have the opportunity, of course, in mid-May to be able to have a look at that. And with that opportunity will be a lot more information presented to us. The addition of other levers that we're going to be able to use to temper some of the risk that we'll be facing, to be able to have a look at the status of our alert that we'll be at that point. We may be still in alert 3, or we may have been reduced to alert 2 by then, and that will mean a great deal of additional opportunity for businesses to spark back up again, and that the economy will be able to get itself rectified. There will, of course, be the knock that it will have taken, and we have to be really mindful of our business community at that time, along with the effect that it will have on our residents. But in closing, I think it's a great opportunity for us to be able to see the whole of the picture as it starts to emerge by then. David's talked about a very quickly changing position, And by May 13th, we should have a bit more information in order to be able to base those decisions upon and to make really good decisions for the community as we move further toward the end of the year and into 2021. Let's not be holding too fast to some of the ways that we've done things in the past, and let's be able to look at that whole picture in order to be able to make good decisions that will suit our city, not just for 2021, but into the 10, 20 years in the future. Kia ora.
Thanks, Councillor Maxine. Just a few concluding remarks. When I mentioned about bringing back the annual plan for consideration, I wasn't intending to suggest, as Mark has, that all bets are off. I was really looking for a need to bring back the decisions that we advanced on March the 12th, which was pre-COVID-19 lockdown, and look at the possibility of reprioritising those given the financial challenges that have arisen later in March, and which we will be facing in terms of the rebuild and the reopening of the economy. I agree that there's a strong economic argument that both Mark and Councillor Martin alluded to about build, and that is to stimulate the economy by spending, particularly from those agencies like central government and local government who may be in a position to do that. But what I really think going forward is that we need to exercise a high degree of caution, and we need to bring some skills to bear to make sure that what we are, in terms of the reprioritising of expenditure, that it is what is actually needed in our community and areas where there will be a demand for. So I think the review of our financial strategy, which was already going to be programmed in parallel with the annual plan, is even more urgent now, given the changes that have occurred over the last month. And as the cloud clears or the fog clears, we start to see what our financial challenges are going to be in terms of getting the economy restarted again. So thanks for the discussion. I think it's been very useful, and hopefully will lead us into our sessions tomorrow on the annual plan revisit. So I've moved, Ewan has seconded. We'll now go to the vote. Those in favour of receiving the Chair's report, please say aye, or hands up, hands up. Thank you. Thank you. Do we have anyone who won't approve the report? So it's carried unanimously.
Mr. Chair, I'm just wondering, I've noticed down in the participants that there is a yes and a no, also a go slower and go faster. But the yes and the no, are they intended for us to use to vote?
Well, let's try that with the next report, shall we?
Okay.
Yeah,
Sorry, Rob, I meant to vote in favour of that. I just didn't have my hand up. Did you?
Thank you, Mayor Paula. We've got a unanimous decision.
Yeah. I just wondered because of the number counting. I am actually on the meeting now, and I apologise. I've had some technical issues. I've had to revert to my iPad this morning.
Okay,
but I'm on now, so it's good.
We're now on item 7, which is the capital monitoring report, and welcome Chris Allen to present that report. Good morning, Chris.
Morena, councillors. Just apologies from Ian Anderson, the author of the report. So he's on remobilisation duties today, just getting our teams back up to speed and our contract sides back up to speed. Look, I have a number of project managers listening in if there are any specific questions about any of the projects. So the report, and sorry, my connection's not great at home at the moment, so I'm on my iPad, so I can't see Diligent at the same time, so apologies for that. So the report is to the 29th of February, so it's very much a pre-COVID-19 report. So as councillors are aware, later on in the public excluded session, you'll be receiving a report on the contractual implications. There's some quite sensitive contract financial information, which is why we're doing that in public excluded. So councillors will be aware that under level 4, we closed down most of our construction sites. The only one that was deemed essential was the chimpanzee fence at the zoo due to sort of animal welfare issues and other health and safety issues. So that's the only project that has been proceeding through level 4. Most of our projects are remobilising this week sometime, so it'll take some time for them to come back up to speed. So in paragraph 5 of the report, we've indicated, given the COVID-19 conditions, that we are being very careful as an SLT about new starts and having visibility on new starts. So the general view that we won't be starting new projects until at least SLT or council has had a look at those and given agreement to proceed. So clearly new ones over $3 million would come to you anyway, but we've been quite careful about that below that $3 million threshold as well. So the report highlights deferrals. So some of those deferrals are relating to the COVID-19 emerging issue. So the time of writing the report. So it's not exact as deferrals as of February. By the time of writing the report, project managers were starting to be aware of COVID-19, and some of the deferrals reflect that. There will certainly be a significant increase in deferrals once the full impact of COVID-19 is taken account of. So the last point I'd make is the emerging issues before I just open to any questions. So if I can just find, so I've identified 2 emerging issues. One's relating to the Te Awa cycleway remediation. So just prior to pre-COVID-19, we had a report written coming to council seeking approval for a single tender negotiation to get underway with that project. So COVID-19 has pushed us out a little bit, and the pushes the work into working over winter. So we believe it would be better to probably start that project at the beginning of the next summer season, but I'm happy to have some discussion on that. Look, in the last issue, unfortunately, I do need to just flag an emerging issue on the Cobham Waiori Drive. So there is an emerging cost increase on that project that I'm just dealing with. I don't have all the details of that at the moment to share with you, but it is reasonably significant, and I just need to put all that work together to come back and brief council on that. So councillors, I'm happy to answer any questions from there, and any of the project managers available.
Thanks, Chris. And if you could put your hands up in the in the software, that would be useful. I've got I've got requests for questions from Councillor Dave.
Thanks, Rob. Looks just a question, Chris, in relation, and I know you haven't got the report. It's paragraph 12. You've got the significant highlights since the last report, and this isn't a COVID-19 related question for once. Borman Road West was opened, the connection to K Road in February 2020. My question may have to be referred on to the infrastructure committee, but I'm a bit concerned about what happened there. We had been asking what was happening with that last year, and we're told because we'd had a petition or a letter type petition from local residents asking for more pedestrian facilities in that vicinity, including that intersection. And we had asked what was happening about that, the opening of the road, and were told that it was held up until, I can't remember, until some various things were ready. Now, that road's open, but it opens right out onto a country road with a higher speed. We don't seem to have done a precinct check as to what was appropriate when that road opened. That's now the major through road going through the middle of most of Rosatuna, exiting on, if you're going north, you exit onto a country road with a very dangerous intersection just round the corner from that on River Road, where we've had fatal accidents in the past. So I wouldn't say that's a highlight. I would almost say it's a low light. And I'm not expecting you to answer that now, and it's perhaps not the right place, but it is the first place I've seen this mentioned.
Yep, Councillor, I can bring back a report on that. Like, there are a number of questions that you raised there. Yep, so there has been some ongoing community engagement about the Bell A Road, sort of east of the intersection, with walking and cycling facilities. So we have been doing the best we can and working with developers. We were thinking of another project in the next annual plan to put more footpaths and close the gaps, if you like. So wherever we have some developments, we can put in a footpath, but it's not continuous across that road. The only mitigating factor is the traffic on that road should reduce significantly as a result of opening up the Borman Road connector. So I think, Councillor McPherson, were you referring to the River Road intersection as one of the items of concern?
Yes, that's what's in the report, the connection to K Road from Borman Road.
Yep,
so the last 200 metres, the northernmost 200 metres, which was closed by agreement between our staff and the developer for some months beforehand.
Yeah, so I have a slightly different view on that, but I think it'd be best to bring that back in a full report. That's probably best to come infrastructure operations, I think. So I'm happy to take a report, and it'll probably be a precinct type story for that area, and probably, yep. So I'm happy to do that.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Sarah.
Thank you, Rob. My question is just in regards to the Te Awa Cycleway. I was concerned to see that the remediation of it, which I understand is the part going along the CBD and Victoria Street, will be pushed out to summer. How long has it been closed for now?
I'm not sure of the exact time, but it is a long time in terms of years, not months.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's been a lot of concern from the community that if this was a road, it would have been fixed pretty promptly. But and for a lot of people in the community, this is their road for walking and cycling on, and for using as transport, as well as a place to enjoy walking. So I'm really interested in what alternatives we could put in place in the meantime. Right now, to get from the path up onto Victoria Street, the signage isn't clear. It's not a pleasant kind of ride going along Victoria Street. It's not clear where you go back down again. It's not cycling or pedestrian friendly. And we've seen what we can be doing with innovating streets and tactical urbanism approaches. Could we get a report back on what options there are in regards to, if we're not going to fix this straight away, what can we do as an alternative and a cost-effective alternative in the meantime?
Yes, I can look into that. I'm probably disappointed to hear it's not as best as it could be, because those are things that we should do anyway. But I'll certainly look into that now in terms of the current situation. Yeah, so just some history there for councillors. It has taken a time to fix this one, and myself and Lance have been talking about how do we get quicker fixes for issues like this. The source problem is that we don't have funding in our 10-year plan to do it as a project. So we did a few cycles back as council considered this issue, and whether we put a contingency amount in the 10-year plan on the basis that because of the volatile nature of the riverway, there would be some sort of failure on a regular basis, and put in a project that allowed for funding. It was decided not to set aside funding for something that may happen, but just to deal with it when it pops up. So on this particular project, and look, I agree, it's far longer than it should have been, but we did come to council with a funding plan based on half of NZTA subsidy. So we've been designing and working with them. It was something approaching a $2 million project. NZTA couldn't fund it at that $2 million level, so we've been innovative and value engineering the project. We've got it down to a level of just about $1 million, which they will fund. That was the paper that was written just pre-COVID-19 to come to council to say, right, we're there, let's get on with it and start now. So unfortunately that delay has pushed us into the winter period. Now it's not impossible to do the work in the winter period. It would just be sensible to leave it to the start of next summer. But if council wanted us to explore building it through the winter, we could still do that.
Yeah, it would be helpful to have, I spoke with Evelisa very briefly this morning about this, some options put back to us in regards to, say, a temporary approach, which might be there for 6 months with, the tactical urbanism approach of planter boxes with maybe reconfiguring lights, putting signage in, that kind of thing, to make it a better user experience for people walking and biking who have to use the alternative route going up along Victoria. And alternatively, we could also have the option of doing the works during winter as another option too. But it would be good to have more information come back. When could we have that come back?
We'll bring
a start action.
We'll bring that back to the next Infrastructure Operations Committee.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor O'Leary.
Thanks, Chair. Just actually, it's a bit of a process request moving forward. Can we have all of the COVID-related costs in all of these 3 reports, the monitoring and the financial strategy, etc., separated out so we can actually see and keep a record of the real, true cost of COVID and the lockdown? Were you planning to do that? I guess that's it.
Yep, absolutely planning to do that. Like, we haven't incurred we haven't incurred any costs at the moment. The reason for that is just the payment cycle. So this month that the contractors are putting their claims in, which they think they're entitled to. As we adjudicate those claims, we'll start to incur costs, but absolutely with my intent to just keep a schedule of all COVID related costs against that $45 million estimate Councillor Wilson indicated.
And I think in particular when it comes to, we've got such a massive deferral program anyway, I'd hate to see COVID related costs and deferral of projects just get lumped in with that.
No, look, we would absolutely keep them separately. I think the real costs are going to be somewhat less than that 45 million, which is the good news. It's emerging, but just at this point in time, the big unknown for us is how the contractors are going to work in level 3 and their productivity rates. So that's the hardest one to pick, and we probably won't know for some time yet. But this month, as we're looking at claims, we should understand the mobilisation, remobilisation costs and some other costs. The unknown is the productivity working into the future.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Angela. Councillor Mark.
Thank you, Chair Rob. Just want to push back a little bit on the Tawa Cycleway remediation. It's been years. We've gone through this and we're trying to, it's basically all green light. I notice you say it's risky at winter time. How is it more risky than anything else we do in winter?
So number one, we probably need a resource consent. They have a winter shutdown period. In this current environment, we may have some the help from regional council in the consenting to work through the winter period.
Okay, so just I'll stop you on that one. How hard are one of those to get? Like, could we get one?
Normally, my perception is probably normally challenging to get, but I think all councils are being encouraged to be pragmatic in this COVID-19 time. So that may be achievable, and we have to work on that. But
So
we do.
If we decide, sorry, Chris, just otherwise I'll lose my train of thought on it too.
Yeah.
If we do decide as a group to say no, let's go for it. This is necessary. You could go to regional council, get a winter consent or whatever it's called, and it could get. You think it could happen?
Yeah. Look, some of my guys listening may know more than me, but I think yes. I think then it's just the risk of working in a riverbank environment with quite significant works happening for stability. So it's a risk, I guess, in terms of the weather and how the weather can turn on you when you've got earthworks opened up.
Yeah, because I'm just wondering because this is on one of our projects as well, isn't it, that we've sent off to the government, and if they suddenly came back and said, "Hey, yes, we'll help you," would it suddenly become less risky?
No.
Okay.
No, risk equals dollars sometimes.
Yeah, I get you. Okay, I understand. All right, but we've had a fair few winters since it's been closed. I haven't seen the winter risk thing come up before, so that's why I'm just challenging on that. I'll sort of put it out here, Chair, that I'm really keen to push on with this if we can afford it.
Councillors, I'll bring a report back to infrastructure operations, but prior to that, in the next week, I'll try and just give an email summary to all councillors of where I think some of those things sit, so you can have early sort of warning of where I think we sit on that one.
Yeah, no, that's cool. I just look, I will refer back. We do get a lot of, and it's not just from Cycle Nuts either. We get a lot of pushback from the community saying, when is that thing going to be fixed? So, not strictly a question, Rob, but just sort of need to get that out there.
Thank you. Mayor Paula. Unmute yourself, Paula. You're on mute.
Sorry.
You're on mute.
Am I not? No, I am. It's a bit slow sometimes, sorry. Thank you. Just to picking up on the questions, first of Angela's questions and then the questions on the London Street, River Slip, etc. In terms of the deferrals, like Angela's, what can we do to ensure that the already quite substantial group of deferrals doesn't balloon out in a way that causes huge future costs? Because in the previous term of council, we were told that some of the necessary rates increase, apart from balancing the books, was to bring forward and actually do some of the work that we hadn't been able to do where there was an opportunity to do so. We don't want to create this whole lot of work that we haven't done for 10 years and then come back to council and say, well, actually, the crematorium will either have to be closed or fixed. This is broken beyond repair, or we need to replace. Like a founder's issue where it's the maintenance causes it ultimately for the life of the asset to be completely shortened. So, are you confident that we're under control? This has always been one area with the LTPs, to be honest, that I've been interested in. So that's one question, and then I have one more.
So to give an answer to that, those are the scenarios we're working through at the moment when we're looking at the capital program and its impact on the financial strategy. So look, in the capital program, we have three types of investment. So we have the renewal investment, we have growth investment, and level of service. So some of the scenarios we're looking at is not pulling back on our renewals program, because that speaks to some of the issues you were talking to just then, Mayor Paula. It's a significant part of our capital spend each year, somewhere in the order of 60+ million per year. just on renewals. So some of the scenarios we'll look at is not pulling back on looking after our existing assets to get down to some of the levels that David talked about in terms of 150 would probably be a very deep cut into our renewal programs to do that. We're looking at a number of scenarios so we can just model them and see financially how that would look against the strategy.
Okay, so that's cool. So maybe going forward, I'm just looking at the report here, just having an understanding between the renewals that need to be done and the things that can ultimately be deferred. Because is it true that if we, depending what comes back from the stimulus packages from government, that some of the things we thought we might be going to do or deferred might come forward, or some of the things we thought we were going to do might be deferred as we focus more on the immediate opportunities of the stimulus package? Is that possible?
Yes.
Yeah, so all of this is a moving thing. Can I ask you then one further question, if I might, about the London Street slip, because I share Mark's frustration, I share Sarah's frustration, and actually the wider community's frustration. Not that long ago, we went out and we said, good news, at long last, here it comes, being rebuilt. It's pretty much vital to link our river walk to town. It's a huge part of what's important in my view. I don't really want to see it further delayed because I think it'll have consequential impacts on some of the other things we're trying to do. And, you know, there is an opportunity to get people right through back to the heart of the city, which is where we want them. So my view is if we can proceed as per our promise, because otherwise we've promised and we've pushed back several times, Chris. So apart from the technical aspects of working through winter, do the technical aspects of working through winter expand the price of the work in such an extraordinary way that you would recommend against it? Or is it just a matter of it's just a bit trickier to work through winter?
Yeah, look, my own view is that it won't expand the price significantly. There is just a risk element. Look, as I say, we were ready. We had a solution ready to come to council to ask for approval to direct point. We do have a delegation to the chief executive now since we put that report together through COVID to direct the point in consultation with a number of elected members. So we could deploy that delegation to get it going. So I think I'll look through that lens over the next week and just looking at the winter works issues and come back and as I say, give an update to elected members by email.
Okay, and the final question on that, sorry, just to pursue it, is that I remember having this conversation about budget into the riverbank restoration on the basis of exactly what you said, Chris, and what Mark said, which is we know that it's an unstable environment. We know that bits and pieces are going to fall off and fall in and have trees fall on them for almost forever because of the way it is. And that we were going to make sure that we had adequate budget to avoid long-term closures of parts of our river path in the future. Where's that at then? Where did that go? Where is the budget we thought we were going to shove there, to put there? And we were going to talk with Central Catchment as well about what resources they had.
Yeah, so I think it's probably the same answer I just gave you. I can recall a few years ago, and Councillor Dave and some of the longer serving elected members might remember this better than I, but there used to be a reserve account for this type of work. So council would put money into a reserve account that would then build up to deal with things like that. But a few cycles ago, a few 10-year plans ago, the reserve accounts were closed down, and it was decided to not build up a contingency for these. The next option then was, do we program of projects each year for something that may or may not happen. We decided not to do that. We decided to just deal with it when it arises, and that was part of the rationale for debt to revenue at 230% and not 250%. So there was some buffer to deal with things like that.
Okay.
So
Okay, that's cool. So my question is where we next get to see where that budget lies for outgoing, because it just didn't seem to go.
Yeah, look, it's probably a very good long-term plan issue for councillors moving forward. Like, did you want to change that philosophy in terms of, setting aside funding for projects on the riverbank, which are going to be inevitable over time?
Yeah, exactly. And I'm not supposed to get into commentary here, but I'm absolutely 100% behind that. We can't kind of pretend this won't happen again. Anyway, enough. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Paula. Mark, have you got another question?
To be honest, that was exactly the question I was going to ask. So thank you, Paula.
All right. Thanks. That's all the questions. I've just got one final question, Chris, and that's around paragraph 36 on the Waiwere Cobham Drive interchange. What's the timeline likely to be in terms of you reporting back to council on that issue, and where the new cost or the additional cost might be, and have that also brought to us?
So Councillor Rob, I'd like to do that fairly quickly in a councillor briefing coming up, maybe in the next week. Okay. And as we're developing our scenarios, building the cost implications into our scenarios, so it's at least accounted for in a modelling sense in terms of the strategy. But sometime this week or early next week, I'd like to work with Democracy to just have a briefing slot.
Good, thank you for that. Okay. All right, so we have no further questions. The staff recommendation at paragraph 2 is that the Finance Committee receives the report. I'll move. Do I have a seconder, please? Thanks, Councillor Maxine. Does anyone wish to speak in debate? Councillor Deputy Mayor Jeff.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Look, very quickly, I just want to support Councillor Thompson, Bunting, and Mayor Paula on the walkway repairs there. And I think Chris will have heard there's a real will, I think, from this council to get a solution there as quickly as we can. Temporary is a possibility, or just pushing on and doing it through winter. So I just wanted to back them up, because I think most of us feel pretty strongly about it. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Mark.
Thank you, and thanks, Jeff, for your support on that one, and thanks, Paula, for driving that home so eloquently too. Something I was banging about last term was a riverbank safety type initiative. I was actually unaware of that contingency fund they had a couple of terms earlier, and I think rather than a contingency fund, I think we need contingency work along the riverbank, and it's something I'll be very keen to throw on the table when it comes to the long-term plan. To actually do proactive work to identify these risks before they happen. I mean, I'm aware that these kind of things can actually open up a Pandora's box of all sorts of problems, so we need to be careful about that. But I think as New Zealand's chief river city, we need to be leading the way with that contingency work. So I think this has really reinforced it as well. So that's all I got to say about that. Thank you.
Thank you. And there's no further speakers in the debate, so I'll put the motion to the table.
Rob, are we going to use the yes or the no?
Yeah, okay, let's try that, shall we, Amy, and just see how you can count those. Down on the bottom right-hand corner, those in favour of the motion, please take the yes, which is the green tick.
Does that mean we can use the go faster when someone's rambling on?
Only when you're speaking, Mark.
No, you just want to repeat, mate. Repeat, that's all you'll be looking for.
Are you able to see those, Amy?
So I'd just like to confirm in support, I've got Councillor Wilson, Councillor Bunting, Councillor Pascoe, Councillor O'Leary, Councillor Van Oosten, Councillor Wilson, Councillor Taylor. They are swapping orders, which is a little bit concerning. Councillor Naidu-Ralph, Councillor Gallagher, Councillor Hamilton, Councillor Thompson, Councillor Forsyth.
Okay, and those against?
Oh, and Councillor McPherson is in support as well.
So any against? So it looks like it's unanimous.
No, carried unanimously.
Point of process, Mr. Chair. Might I humbly suggest on things that might be pretty clear-cut like this, that you stay with a show of hands. Where the electronic thing is useful is if there has been a contentious debate where obviously there is going to be division and it's not going to be unanimous. That may be a more efficient way, but you're the chair and
Okay, I'm happy that we do that. Let's go ahead with that, and we'll see how it progresses. So you need to click your yes button to take it off. All right, so we move now on to the annual monitoring report, which is item number 8.
It's 11:26, Rob. Did you want to take a break at 11:30?
Yeah, no, let's do that. I had originally suggested we take a break at 11:30 for 15 minutes. So let's do that. So if we can come back before 11:45, please.
Thank you.
Thank you. 3. We haven't quite got a quorum, I don't think. Oh, we have got Tracy on. So Tracy's ready.
Excuse me, Rob.
Yep.
Excuse me, Rob. David here. Just an update. The annual plan briefings scheduled for tomorrow aren't going ahead, and they'll be cancelled. They were relating to the earlier timetable to land the annual plan for the end of June, and you'll remember we all had a conversation around giving us another month. So Sean and Julie Clausen are just reworking the annual plan briefings and timelines, and you'll see those come, and they'll work with governance, and you'll see them come into your diaries. But as of tomorrow, you have some free time.
Okay,
Right.
While we were in the first part of the meeting, I've got a message from the Taxpayers Union who are wanting to know about our consultation process. So I'll put that back to Sean, shall I?
Yeah, yes, that's correct.
For him to ring them. Okay, yeah. All right, so we're ready to go. Have we got a quorum, Amy?
I mean, the Taxpayers Funded Union.
Yep, okay, let's go. Okay, so we're on now to item number 8, which is the annual monitoring report to the 29th of February 2020. And I saw Tracy is there. Morning, Tracy.
Good morning, everyone. So normally when I present my report to you, I'd go through in a lot of detail around where we are from an accounting result, a balancing the book result compared to budget and things like that. As we have already talked about this morning, to be fair, these numbers are really out of date now and a lot of things have changed. So what I just thought I'd do this morning is, instead of, obviously everyone's read the report and seen where we were at, is just probably do a bit of an update on some of the forecasting areas. And we did have one emerging issue that was in the report this month as well, which I thought I'd just give a little bit more detail on. So as you know, obviously the February result was great. We came through, we were balancing the books, and the accounting result was as was expected. To be honest, the same came through for March, so I already have the March results as well. Same thing, balancing the books result was as we were expecting it to be, along with the accounting result. Obviously, since the last 4 weeks with COVID, the team have been spending probably a lot more time now really looking at forecasting what we think our June year-end result has been. To be honest, we've really focused on probably more in the revenue side of things for all of the briefings that we've been doing and the updates that we've been trying to give. Revenue is obviously quite a key part of our debt to revenue ratios and things like that. So the team have done a huge amount of work in that space to review what that will look like when we get to the year end into June. So we've put that into the forecast results that you'll see in the reports that we've got included today. So the team will continue to now look at obviously cost and what that involves. As you sort of alluded to, this is a changing game, and obviously every week something's different. What costs we're kind of obviously will be cutting out, but to be fair, there's also a lot of extra costs that we might have to include as well. And to your point, Councillor O'Leary, we're very much trying to identify what they are separately, so that we can do quite a comprehensive report on that at the end of the year to explain obviously what would be our normal savings that we're obviously planning on doing, and then what additional costs we've got due to COVID. So not so much of a bigger deal probably in the operating side of things as opposed to capital, but definitely still something that we're very aware of. So the balancing the books is obviously going back. If you remember when I presented this last report, we said we were going to have quite a favourable result from a balancing the books perspective come the end of June. That's obviously changed quite substantially. Now isn't back to what we'd originally budgeted though. So we've obviously had a good 7 or 8 months in the business to sort of keep us in a good stead, I guess, if you like, through to the end of the year. So with a lot of things like, for example, H3, you'll remember that if the revenue comes, extra revenue comes, it normally comes with cost. So if they're pulling out revenue, they're pulling out cost at the same time. So again, from an overall balancing the books and accounting result perspective, not such a big deal, but that's the sort of thing that affects our debt to revenue ratios and those sorts of areas, which is why we sort of take that into consideration when we're doing all of our calculations and our strategy graphs and things like that. So probably the key thing, if you look in the forecast, which is your state or attachment 1, the annual forecast. So we're back down, I guess, and from an accounting perspective, back down to $90 million for the year against an approved budget of that 110. So the 20 million. So obviously capital revenue is a big. Sorry. Attachment 1, which is in 30, I think, on the intelligent.
Yes,
Does that make sense? Yep, great. So you'll see there the key drivers, I guess, to get to that $20 million difference between our annual budget and our annual forecast is 15 of that's in that capital revenue. So as we've been talking about for the last wee while, with deferrals comes capital revenue. So if you're pulling deferrals or changing some of those capital projects, that capital revenue comes out as well. So that's probably the main part of it. The second part again is in that column, the other revenue, as we also talk about quite a lot, is that's related to the HIF. The HIF loan, and again that's around land purchases and the timing of the land purchases and things like that. So those are probably the two biggest areas that you kind of hit that 20 million. The other change, if you are going to compare from the last report that you saw to now in the annual forecast, is we have updated areas like vested assets and development contributions. So you'll see that they're actually over the budget now, because that's actually what we are at when we're at the end of March. So we've just gone through and updated some of those things where we have actual costs and no longer have a budget or had a lesser budget. So the only other area I kind of wanted to talk about today, you would have seen that there was an emerging risk that we've alluded to from MBIE and a payroll payment. For those of you who have been around for the last couple of years, we've talked about this again quite frequently. It's been in our last 2 annual reports as a contingent liability. What this was is a piece of work done a couple of years ago with MBIE with regards to paying our holiday pay, in particular relating to how we calculate the average earnings for people coming off parental leave, and how that was done. It's a national thing. Everyone obviously wasn't calculating it correctly, so we've spent the last few years working alongside MBIE to have a look at what this was, and working with our payroll provider to calculate that. So we've finally been able to actually do that in detail with all the employees, and you'll notice that we we're talking about a $600,000 liability that essentially we now have to pay back to our staff. So that's existing and staff that are no longer with us. Some of these payments are around cents, and some of them are up in the hundreds of dollars and everything in between. So that's just what that liability is there for. So again, not unexpected. We knew it was coming. We have done for a few years now, but we've obviously finally got into the details of it and the final calculation of what that will be. So I think that's probably all I have for today. I no doubt you'll have a lot of questions, so it's probably easier to sort of talk about those rather than for me to sort of talk about what we've done already.
Okay, thanks, Tracy. And before I go to the question board, I've just got a couple of quick questions which follow on from what you've been speaking about. In terms of separating out the COVID-19 costs, is that likely to be a relatively easy exercise to separate out costs that relate specifically to the consequences of the COVID-19 shutdown, etc., from what would otherwise have been business as usual?
Yeah, I mean, not in probably a minute amount of detail, but fundamentally, yeah, it shouldn't be an issue to pull some of those things out.
Okay, that's fine. And the second question is just around that that $600,000 payroll discrepancy. Is that already in the financial statements as an accrual, or is that still to have an impact?
Some of it is in the March numbers. So some of it we've paid out already. So we paid out the staff that were existing, and we've already made those payments. It's the staff that are no longer with us that we still owe the money to. So that's round 2, if you like, because obviously we need to contact them, get their details, load them back into the system to then have to pay them out. So as far as a liability or an accrual, no, we were never able to do that because we never knew what the number was. So we just had it as a standing contingent liability in our annual reporting.
Okay, thank you for that. All right, so Speaker Board, Councillor Mark. Sorry, not Speaker, question.
Yeah.
Questions.
Right. Hey, thank you for that, and thank you, Tracy, and thanks for the extra time you spent with us too. But
Oh, no problem.
now I'm fully familiar with Councillor Rob's favourite subject, depreciation. I tell you, yeah, that's my middle name. Hey, come, and I think this is the right forum to ask this. It's a very high-level question, I guess, but a lot of the government work that could suddenly land in our lap, or this, stimulus type work, I'm presuming that's going to have a real effect on our personnel. Now, I was of the rough impression that we had a sinking lid kind of a policy going on, or a practice going on. Are we looking at contracting or employing these people? And yeah, have you had those sort of discussions yet?
So that's probably more something for Chris, but fundamentally both, I would think, for any of the capital projects. The other thing to remember is capital project staff, if they're specifically working on capital projects, go to the value of that project.
Right.
So while you see it coming through in the personnel line, and you'll see that in quite a few areas, we then basically take it back out and recharge that to the capital project.
Okay.
So fundamentally, from an operating perspective, you don't see it. Well, you see it coming through in the personnel line, and you'll see that in quite a few areas.
I can sort of hear that you repeating.
Whoa. Yeah.
That was pretty cool. That was that repeat button that Ewan was looking for. No, that's cool. Hey, and secondly,
can I just add to that, Mark? Can I just add to that?
Yes, please.
So, yeah, so Tracy's largely reflecting my own thinking. So once we know if there's any stimulus funding, and let's assume and be optimistic and say we get lots of it. Our current delivery models will not allow us to deliver it, so we'll have to resource up pretty significantly, I think, to deliver them, depending what they are.
Yeah.
But Tracy's right, the larger proportion of our costs will be capitalisable, so be charged against the free money or the money that we have to put into the project. It's not 100% pure because you still need to increase your sort of overheads and dealing with that, but a large proportion we would look to capitalise as part of the funding for that project.
Yeah, that's great. No, that's a really interesting answer. Thank you. And secondly, it's probably, crikey, it might be one that maybe Councillor O'Leary could have a crack at too. I'm just looking at the rubbish and recycling situation with the extension of the term or whatever it's going to take until we can get the new thing rolled out. Are we anticipating any change in numbers next time we see this around? Like, is the delay expensive, or?
If Elisa will be able to answer that.
Yes, so I can answer that. So at the moment, we don't know. We're currently working on that. And so because should there be a delay, then that's remembering that we have those costs already loaded into the 10-year plan from year one or from year 3 onwards. And so it's just understanding what the impact of COVID-19 has been and will be once we actually understand what that is. And we're working on that right now.
Beauty. No, that's good to know. Thank you. That's all I've got, Rob. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Ewan.
Yeah, thanks, Chair Rob. Quick question, 2 questions. When it comes to personnel cost, do we currently have unfilled vacancies?
Yes.
If I draw your attention now to page 26, item 8, it shows personnel cost as being 214,000 unfavourable. Is that correct?
Yep. Sorry, I'll just get my one up.
How can that be? In theory, we've got job vacancies that aren't filled, and we've somehow managed to spend more money than we had budgeted.
Okay, so that's what I was just alluding to, in the sense that the personnel line, one of the things that we're very clear on is that if we're paying people out of our payroll, it has to go through that personnel line, regardless of where they are in the business, so that I can match that through to our payroll system. However, there's various ways that then gets recharged out to capital projects through either timesheeting or journals and things like that. So you'll see when we kind of get into the swing of things, it's very it is a little bit complicated and it's never clear, and it's something that I've been working on trying to sort of sort out in this space, is to actually offset that, which it is offset later on in administration expenses. So the other thing with personnel is, remember, that's also recruitment, it's training, it's health and safety, and those sorts of things as well.
But surely, as a layperson, I should be able to look at these financial documents, and when you tell me, or when the organisation tells me that we're going to spend this amount when it comes to payroll, and in fact we have unfilled vacancies and we've spent more than budgeted, where am I supposed to look as a governance person to get that accurate information? So I hear your explanation, but I'm not totally understanding where am I supposed to be looking to see if in fact we're living within budget. So are you saying, in fact, no, everything's all right, we're not spending more than we had budgeted for, in fact we're saving some money because we've got vacancies that we haven't had to pay for?
Correct.
So despite what you've just said, the graph shows that that's not the case, and then the further explanation on page 30 also says that's not the case. And your explanation is, well, there's some activity in a black box somewhere that makes all that make sense.
Yes.
Like
I said, it's not ideal, and it's something that I have been working on ever since I arrived, because it does get a little bit complicated with the way local government reports capital and the way we treat capital.
Okay, thank you. For clarity, as I'm a layperson and I've looked at all the other areas where we spent more than we had budgeted, operating and maintenance, professional costs, administration costs, are they in the same box as personnel?
As in, sorry, I don't understand your question.
Well, my first question was, we seem to be spending more money than budgeted for personnel. You've told me, yes, it looks that way, but it's not true. And so then I've then said, according to the same graphs, we're spending $3.8 million more in operating and maintenance. Is that the same case? Is that what it looks like, but it's not true?
No, so on page 44 of the report, you'll see in the transport section, there's quite a detailed explanation of why they've overspent in budget.
And that's the same in professional costs?
Yes, so that's what the activity statements are designed to do, is for each of the different areas, if they're either under spent or overspent over a certain threshold, and what we would consider material, you have the explanations from each of the different activities.
So final question, going back for the last, say, 6 months, have these areas of over expenditure been a frequent, are these cost lines the same cost lines that keep popping up?
So the main one that you're talking about in the operating and personnel is in transport. So again, that was a deliberate decision that was made last year that we did talk about from a savings perspective, that we obviously saved because we didn't spend it last year, that we would need to bring forward into this year. So there was not a few of those, I guess, from last year that we weren't able to do, that we knew we were going to bring forward into this year, and we knew that that would be over the particular budget, which is why we use forecasting. So forecasting, obviously, with all of the decisions that the council makes or changes for various projects or things that we wanted to do, we use forecasting to obviously take all of that information and continue to look at what we think that June balance is going to be.
Okay, just my last, and I'm sorry, I did say that was my last question, but I lied. This is my last question. In the line of 5.7 million odd of depreciation and automation, I haven't pronounced that word correctly. How about if I let you try to pronounce it, because my brain is just gone.
Amortization. Yeah.
Amortization. Thank you.
Yep.
I understand what it means. Could you help me understand in council's context what it means? Can you give me some practical examples?
Sure. So depreciation is made up of quite a few different lines. So we obviously have our existing assets that we have already in our fixed asset registers. We have what we call work in progress. So all of the projects that we're still working on, revaluations. So every 3 years we revalue a subset of our assets, and then vested assets, which are those assets that are vested to us from development contributions. So all of those things make up the budget for depreciation. At the moment, obviously vested assets is more than budgeted, so that's obviously making it more, or would make it unfavourable. However, the rest of those things are obviously different to what we had budgeted. So with regards to the capital portfolio, what we thought would be finished at this point in time hasn't been, for various reasons, as Chris has alluded to. So the projects are either now on hold and haven't been completed, or they've been deferred and for various reasons they're no longer finishing and on our fixed asset registers as we thought they would be. The other area was revaluations. We did revaluations on parks and gardens this year. Again, I was quite conservative on the percentage change that would mean, and we came under that. So revaluations are a little bit tricky and trying to guess, I guess, if you like, of what we think when we're putting these budgets together of what the percentage change would be. And it came in a lot less than what we'd have budgeted. So I feel like there's a savings in that space as well.
And so we're cashing up depreciation. In the old days, we used to have this, no, so we're still not. So what you're saying to me, although in this table, it looks like in terms of cash on hand, if we're ahead of the game, in fact, in true cash, we're not. That 5.7 million isn't cash that we've saved, but for example, in the operating and maintenance area, the 3.8 million is actually cash we've spent.
Correct.
So I guess a layperson looking at that, it's not misleading. It reflects the truth, but it doesn't reflect the actual cash situation.
No, we don't. The only way you get visibility of true cash in the local government is with your debt to revenue, because that's all about cash.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Wilson. Just a question. I see there are no further questions up on my list, but just a question, Tracy, that might perhaps answer Ewan's question on the wages. Where in our budgets does Richard's reimagining savings appear? Do we, for example, have a payroll budget, and then there's a credit taken from that budget to represent where his savings might be in that particular area of the organisation?
Yes, so his savings is split between two areas. So it is in personnel expenses already. So we've already had to hit that target to meet that budget. And then the rest of it sits in administration expenses.
So that 214,000 unfavourable variance, even though we have potentially some vacancies in the organisation, might partially represent the fact that we haven't been able to achieve part of what he's trying to do in terms of cost savings in that particular area?
Yes, to a point, but I would still say that the majority of that is the recharge out to capital projects or IS projects or something like that.
Okay. So do you
you're right, there is definitely the $3 million of staff savings is sitting in that line.
In that line, yeah. Okay, so do you think at the year end, because this is how many months? This is 8 months, isn't it? 8 months into our financial year. Do you think by year end the personnel costs will have largely come back to be online with budget, which is typically, I think, what we've done in recent years? We've been quite close to budget, haven't we?
Yes, we've always pretty much reached budget with personnel costs.
So do you think in the remaining 4 months we will largely absorb that 214,000 unfavourable variance back in as part of a catch-up?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Okay, well, no further questions. And the staff report is that the Finance Committee receives this report. I'm happy to move. Do I have a seconder, please? Thanks, Maxine. Does anyone wish to debate? No, if there's no debate on this, I will ask for a hands up. For those who are in favour, please raise your hand. And I've got Pascoe, Wilson, Van Oostum, O'Leary, Bunting with 2 hands, Thompson, Taylor, Gallagher, Southgate, Nadu Rolfe, McPherson and Ryan Hamilton. Is that the total number? Just go to my next screen in case I've missed anyone. No. Okay, so we have a unanimous, those against? So we have a unanimous decision. Thank you. Okay, so item number 9 is the financial strategy monitoring report. And this is the one that sort of brings together the previous 2 reports. And Christy, would you like to present that, please?
Sure. Kia ora, elected members. The financial strategy monitoring report, as the chair has mentioned, is where you decide on the capital and the annual monitoring changes that that have flowed through here. So each of those reports have forecast changes that are reflected in the financial strategy monitoring report. And there are 3 overall changes this time that have factored into the updated financial strategy graphs that you can see in the report. The current position remains within the debt to revenue ratio limit of 230%. And I'm happy to take the report as read and answer any questions you have around what's included.
Thanks, Christy. Do I have any questions? No, there are no questions. So I will put the staff recommendation that we receive the report, as well as the Finance Committee recommends back to Council the capital movement of 17.4 million, approves the significant forecast adjustments in paragraphs 19 to 25, and approves the revised forecast financial strategy as set out in paragraphs 26 to 33. Do I have a seconder, please? Thank you, Councillor Maxine. Does anyone wish to speak in debate? Ryan, did you wish to speak?
Oh, sorry, it's just a question, but I might have missed it. So does this include page 33? This item we're on?
Sorry,
in attachment 2?
Sorry, where are you?
No, that's the last
30.
one, Ryan.
It was, okay. No, that's all right. Ignore me.
Councillor Maxine?
I'm only to acknowledge the great work that Christy has done, and no doubt the chair will let everyone know about the changes coming. Kia ora.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for the heads up on that. Any other questions or discussion and debate? Before we actually go to the vote and follow on from Maxine, I wish on behalf of the committee to wish Christy well. She's leaving us for maternity leave. on Friday. So we wish you well in these uncertain times, and hope that we'll see you back in due course. So thanks very much for the efforts and contribution that you've made thus far for the Finance Committee. So best wishes go with us.
Thanks very much.
So we now go to the vote. Those in favour of the the motion, please raise your hand. And Pascoe, Wilson, Van Oostum, O'Leary, Bunting, Thompson, Taylor, Forsyth, Gallagher, Hamilton, Southgate, and McPherson, and Nadu Roof. Thank you. Any against? Carried unanimously. Thank you, and thanks, Christy. We now move on to item 10, which is the Q2, the service performance report for Q2. And that's on page 59. And Katie is going to present that.
Good afternoon, councillors. I'm going to present on Katie's behalf.
Okay, thanks, Julie. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. This is our Q2 performance report that we report against the performance measures that we set in our long-term plan. I will take the report as read. I'd just like to highlight that there are two that we are not going to achieve. Those two key measures, I'll just briefly talk about those. The first one is in the citywide measures, and that is the one about, we had a measure there that talked about our GDP increasing, and the way we had worded the measure, we didn't word it the best, and it meant that we were basically saying it had to increase at a rate more than over 3%. We haven't achieved that, of course. We didn't actually intend that in the wording. We meant for it to be a positive increase. So we will fix that for next time, but we can't fix it for these measures. And Hamilton's, at this point, Hamilton's GDP was still growing at above the national rate of 2.4%. The second one that we are not going to achieve is under the wastewater area, and that relates to the discharge conviction for the wastewater discharge in February 2018, because the conviction, even though the discharge occurred in 2018, the conviction has just been issued this year, and so it's falling into this year's measure. I'm happy to take questions.
Right, I have questions from Councillor Angela.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I guess just a general concern, and certainly not criticising staff here, but I'm just wondering, I'm on page 62, and just looking at the next survey, Julie, that is going to take place in what says May. Obviously that, well, may or may not be pushed out. But I'm just trying to reflect here around these KPIs that last term, and it was very widely known how many objections I had with some of the decisions under the LTP, but a lot of it, if you remember, when we did the survey, came back when we didn't, what was it? We didn't miss, we missed, or we got a bad report from the public on trust and on quite a few things. And I'm just wondering, because the comment back, well, one of the reasons back was, you know, we did the survey around the LTP, so there was a lot of conversation out there. It was in winter and people don't feel that great about themselves. Of course, one of our measures here says percentage of residents who think Hamilton's a great place to live. In the COVID world, how on earth are we going to manage these KPIs given the responses that we're going to get are through COVID-coloured glasses? Any thoughts, Julie?
Yeah, two things there, Councillor Angela. Just the quality of life survey For councillors who don't know, that's a survey that's commissioned by all the metro councils. We all undertake it at the same time, and it's a standard set of questions. We have just been, they've just advised us that they are going to push that out. So it was meant to be being undertaken at the moment, but they're just rethinking about the timeline of that, and we haven't agreed yet as when that will be. So I'll keep you updated on that basis. In terms of, it is really difficult when you ask a perception survey because some of the things that are happening in your environment definitely influence the results you get. We recognise that, and 2 years, so the quality of life is only undertaken every 2 years. That's quite a long gap. So what we have been doing, and I'm sure I've spoken about this before, is we've been undertaking a bit of a pulse survey every 6 months, and we ask just the 5 key questions in that pulse survey, and we are seeing a trend, an improving trend around that, which is a really positive picture to see, and we can pull that information together and share it as a snapshot for councillors, so we can get that to you fairly quickly. One of the other question you asked Councillor Angela was around, definitely, and for a lot of our measures, we will not meet these measures. And one of the things about, again, these are just the performance measures. They're something you set in advance as a bit of a guide to communicate with the public what are we doing in terms of what we do. And we will definitely pretext these in our annual report with quite a lead in about COVID-19. So this is where we formally report these at the end of each quarter. And so we will make sure that we're really clear about how we're tracking up to COVID-19 point and then what's happened since. We expect, the majority of the measures in here, particularly anything that's to do with visitor destinations, won't be achieved. And I'm not saying, I'm saying that's understandable, and I think there is a good explanation for that.
Yeah, thanks, Julie. In terms of providing context through that pulse survey, does that mean you'll add in a few questions to survey respondents to get a bit of an idea of the impact of COVID on them?
Yeah, that's a really good thing. We haven't thought about that yet, but it's definitely something we should think about.
Because I think, if I can, it would be good to have something like that because, we use the KPIs through the LTP to set, a lot of our budget decisions and at least give us some direction on what needs fixing, what needs, more enhancement. And without that hard data context, I think that might be a bit challenging. Thanks, Julie.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Angela. Councillor Sarah.
Thank you, and thanks, Julie. My question was probably more to Eva Lisa. It was just in regards to looking at the deaths and serious injuries. I understand how we format and report through this is quite set. But it would, and something that we have to kind of review when it gets to LTP time, but it would be good to get some more insight into deaths and serious injuries at, say, the next infrastructure committee meeting. So I understand that about 30% of deaths and serious injuries are people walking and cycling, but what is the proportion compared to when we look at how many people walk and cycle versus how many people drive? Kind of how does that add up in a proportionate way, if that makes sense? Just to get a better picture of this. So I was just flagging that really. The other question was to Julie, in regards to the city safety survey. I'm interested, do we get data, do we separate when we ask people how safe they feel in the city between male and female and get data on their ages and things?
Sorry, I'm just scrolling back. So we actually, Okay, so the survey you're talking about that we report under the safety measure for this one is the survey that we undertake ourselves just in the central city. And yes, we do get that data. Under the quality of life survey, we also ask about feeling safe in the city, and that goes a bit wider. It actually asks people how safe they feel in their neighbourhood in the daytime and in the evening. And so again, we do get the demographic mix of that. So we can look and see if there's anything that tells us any insights into that number.
Right. So if, say, the City Centre Advisory Group wanted to have information about, say, how many females versus males feel safe in the city centre, or older people versus younger, we could get that information?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
We can provide that to you. Yep.
Thank you.
Councillor Maxine.
I think I just haven't had my hand down. My apology.
Right. Councillor Martin.
Yes, I just want to refer to Parks and Recreation, but the context of the question is in part, while this information is coming through the Finance Committee, do I assume that obviously the components of this will be going off to the relevant subject committee?
Our reporting mechanism that was decided by council was for it to bring the summary report, the performance measure report to this committee, as it's part of reporting on our long-term plan measures. And then definitely it is something that can be picked up by the various committees. We did debate about whether this should go to the various committees or be reported here, and the decision was to report it here.
Look, I'm happy for the one-stop shop, whether it was here or strategic committee, whatever, but I'll take Parks and Recreation. Please listen, Councillor Bunting and Councillor Naidu, that Parks and Recreation, all of that, I would want as a member of that committee as a subject area to go through what that data is telling me. And I'm going to, and forgive me and be patient with me, because you know I am the crack record, percentage of households that have access to a neighbourhood park or open space within 500 metres walking distance, at least 76% target. And we're going to get data in June 2020 in a couple of months as to see what that target is. And then obviously I'm going to be asking, what does that look like? Give me the map of the city and tell me the 1 in 4 households that don't have a green space within 500 metres, and what do those households look like, and that will be a variety of information. Then I'm going to be asking, obviously, can you then say how many households are more than 500 metres away from their local school, and how many of those schools are fenced off? Don't want to go into that debate now, but then that leads us into item 3 with a ground-up review of our spending in these very challenging economic times. Is we are talking about a Parks and Recreation budget, and excellent work that we've been doing on our parks, Inniscommon, the adult play area, all of that stuff. But then obviously as part of that layer, we want to know with straitened financial circumstances, how are we going to be innovative in accessing the other open space, which is provided through the Ministry of Education, et cetera, et cetera. Don't want to go into that debate now, but if you see what I'm trying to say, is that I just don't want us to do the once over lightly here, Mr. Chair, without this information going to Mark's committee, because that goes to Mark's committee, and then from there the next stop is our AP LTP process. Because if we're going to be, we've been talking about a lot of marrying, let's go for the government major project funding, cycleways, roadways, buses. I get that, but I also want to seize on the existing other taxpayer-funded facilities in the city and how we synergise. I know I've said all this before, a number of us have said that before, but it's just the issue, Mr. Chair, of the process I want to seize on. So can you please assure me that this is not just a once-over lightly here, and what I've actually said will be the approach we will take. For example, on a subject-specific basis, we'll take each of these components, particularly with the results of the resident surveys and updated satisfaction surveys, and then doing that subject committee by subject committee.
I would think, Councillor Gallagher, that the intention would be that anything that's reported here would be over to the chairs to pick up from Julie and her team the particular areas that interest those committees, and use this as a mechanism for them to be advanced to those committees for a deeper dive or further discussion. Is that possible?
Yeah, that's cool, and I think that's all I'm just trying to say, and it comes back to Councillor Wilson and others. I think the ground-up review of all of what we do, all of our budget, how is the most effective ways we are going to use those dollars. And obviously this, all I'm just saying is we don't get into the kind of the silo thing, but I'm looking forward to each individual subject committee preparatory to our AP and our LTP work, picking up these very useful bits of data. Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Paula.
Thank you. My questions relate to, well, Angela asked one of my questions around the survey, and what I heard is that we can easily, did I hear that we could easily assimilate some post-COVID related questions into that lifestyle survey, the quality of life survey? We can pick those up.
Not into the formal quality of life survey, but into the pulse survey that we undertake. We can.
Are we having conversations with the other metros and so forth about their approach to this, given the new circumstances we find ourselves in? It may be that altogether people feel like a reshaping of some part of that is appropriate.
Definitely, I can pick that up with the working group.
I do think that's worthwhile because we're not operating in a vacuum and we need to be consistent. Secondly, I noticed with the measures, we looked pretty good from an events point of view, tracking quite well and attracting events and things. That's all going to change. In terms of how we measure going forward, will we reshape our approach to focus on COVID recovery, or will we have an additional column, as others have alluded to, which looks at the impacts directly of COVID? Because I'd imagine our events success will be completely below targets and expectations next time, but that's understandable. So how are we going to reshape and reuse this tool to be more meaningfully applied post-COVID, but not lose the trend analysis that we want? Because I think that's really important. Otherwise, we're just, continuing on with the business as usual approach that no longer fits. So I just wonder if anybody's got some comments on that.
Can I just start the conversation there? So these are the long-term plan measures that we set at the beginning of every long-term plan, and we have to report against them. I'm happy to have a conversation with our auditors about how do we actually reframe these targets that were set for year 3 in relation to COVID. So I can pick that up, and we can have that conversation.
Okay, I think that would go part way to helping. Yes, I agree. We have to report on them, but how we report on them, how we lay out that report and report on them might be different post-COVID. Nobody could have ever anticipated this ever to be what we're living through at the moment. So all things like that have changed. So I would welcome audits view. And in terms of year 3, well, to report on things that we could largely not deliver on because the whole world changed just seems to me something we need to reconsider or refashion. Maybe I'm alone in thinking that, but we know what it's going to deliver us, a lot of red buttons and nothing we could have done about it. So we need to think differently, and I just would welcome the senior leadership team and yourself, Julie, and the other metros that are involved in various levels of reporting with us to reflect on that.
what's fit for purpose now.
We'll do that.
Thank you.
Councillor Mark.
Thank you, and thanks, Julie. Sort of similar to the question I kind of tend to ask you each time we have these ones. I think you know what's coming. But in particular with COVID, and actually, Martin stimulated this line of thinking, and that is the usefulness of some of the data. He's right that I will be able to tell as chair of community that people have houses near parks, but I'm wondering where would be the opportunity for me and Kesh to sit with you and say, look, we would like some data on, for example, how our play strategy is working out and how this is all tying with our play strategy. But stuff that's perhaps a wee bit more current. And I'm thinking there's going to be some big red dots in the next one of these, and we all can see that coming. But how useful are those? All that we know is that less people felt safe or less people went somewhere. How can we work with you to, especially in our areas, to make this report really useful, and so that we can keep coming back with current data, and without necessarily making it hellishly huge for you as well?
Look, I think it's a really good opportunity that we sit with maybe, talk to the chairs of the various committees about how we can provide that data to you. We do have, between Natalie Palmer's comms and engagement team and within strategy, I have a data research small team. So we work together whenever we want to go out and ask the community about stuff. And so we are getting some really useful data through now and being able to profile the demographics of that data a lot more than what we have in the past. So I think now's a really good opportunity that we think about how we actually sit with you, and particularly before we set our next long-term plan, talk to you about the sort of information that you would like to see that would help support you in your decision making for your committees. So again, I can take an action that we set those meetings up and have those conversations.
Thank you. That will be awesome. And I actually also wonder if it's something we shouldn't be doing as with every long-term decision we make, long-term plan decision we make, we really ought to be by course putting in what we're trying to achieve out of each one, like the why of every decision. And this perhaps could be the place we'll be constantly monitoring and tweaking and working out, if it is a waste of money or if we have gone the wrong thing. Because I just kind of figure that if we ask the wrong questions, we'll get great data about the wrong things. So and that's constantly changing. So I'm really looking forward to those meetings. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Mark. Councillor Ryan.
Thanks, Chair. Just a couple of things. Julie, apologies if it was already asked, but I just wonder about the lag. So we're obviously looking at a report that is end of December, and the next one's going to be in 6 weeks' time, which is going to be the end of March, and still looking relatively rosy. I note in this committee we just had a report, one of the monitoring reports, and it showed the H3 and others, and it was financials up to the end of February. So we've got quite timely data. I'm just wondering, why is there a little bit more of a lag with this information?
So this report's only brought quarterly, and so the quarter that this report related to ended in December because of the break in early January, the Christmas break. It meant that we didn't get the information collected up till around mid-February, and by then we'd missed the Finance Committee previously's timetable. So it's a little, I know this one is very late. It is about trying to get the data together in a timely fashion to get it to the Finance Committee. This one is the worst, the longest lag that we will ever have because of that. So the next, I have it here. The next report will be coming to you on the 16th of June. Now, unfortunately, that's to the March quarter because we haven't been able to collect the March data for this meeting.
Just to
so we can definitely look at the timing of it. It's just getting that data and getting it together for the meeting.
Just a point there, Councillor Ryan, this report was scheduled to be at the March finance meeting. which you'll recall was cancelled. So that will be one of the reasons why it's another month late in coming here.
Yes.
This particular report.
Yeah, sure, and I appreciate that. I just wonder, given some of the conversations from Councillor Angela and Mayor Paula around the need for us to sort of reframe some of these, not only the existing targets in terms of the COVID outcomes, but potential new targets. I wonder if, Rob, whether it's worth having some of those presented with the next report in June, so it'll give us some alignment with annual plan thinking, given all the other projects that are happening. But I don't know if we need to make that formal or just leave it with your discretion.
To see what we can actually pull together for that next meeting. Yeah, good point.
Thanks.
Can I just clarify that the councillors would like to consider some additional targets for the 2021 annual plan that reflect our response to COVID?
Chair Rob, if I could just continue on that. To Julie's point, yes, Julie, I think is the answer, but also maybe a reframing of the existing ones, and maybe just in a draft format that elected members can have a look at and comment on, that may inform the next 12 months or whatever.
Yeah, I'm happy to look at that. In terms of reframing, we are a little bit constrained around the long-term plan requirements that we have. Once we've set these in our long-term plan, we have to report against these. What we're happy to talk to audit about is those targets and how do we report against those in terms of the COVID impact for this year.
Thank you. All right, just one final question from me, which just deals which is a good follow-on question from Councillor Ryan, and that's around that section of who we do business with on page 64. Is it possible that we can do, and this may be a good area for economic development to look at? Can we do a deeper dive into who the people are who Nielsen's Pulse survey questions around? And it looks as if, it looks in that report that we're kind of teetering in terms of delivering good business outcomes with our customers. Just to find out who is surveyed and what groups we may need to be a little more focused on in terms of how we can improve that business connection.
Yeah, so maybe if I just clarify that so that's the second part of that page. So being best in business interactions, we actually survey our customers ourselves. So you might have noticed as you walk often into used to walk into downstairs, there were some iPads there with going, how did we do? So that's what this survey is reporting. So we ask customers two sort of sets of questions depending on what type of service it is. We ask them either about their experience of the service, or we ask them about their experience of the business activity that we did with them. There is a whole lot of, we can see this down to all the various level of detail about which activities gave which ratings. And so we can bring back some more detailed information around this one for you.
So that would be good detail for Economic Development Committee, wouldn't it?
Yes.
In terms of how we might adjust our focus to become a bit more centric around those areas of the business that the perception is we're not delivering that well at.
Yeah, so a lot of this is actually about people's interaction with us in terms of us being someone that makes it easy in terms of we're particularly talking about things like applying for things like liquor licenses, our building consents activity, environmental health inspections, those types of things. But we can definitely bring the data back to the Economic Committee.
Thank you. Thanks for that, Julie. Okay, so I see no further questions up on the board. So we'll move to the motion, which is that the Finance Committee receives the report. Do I have a mover, please?
I'll move.
Yep, thanks. You and a seconder, Councillor Mark. Thank you. Does anyone wish to participate in the debate? No. Okay, so those in favour that the Finance Committee receives the report, please raise your hand. Pascoe, Wilson, Van Oostum, O'Leary, Bunting, Thompson, Taylor, Forsyth, Gallagher, Southgate, Hamilton, and Nadaroof, and McPherson. Thank you. Anyone against? Carried unanimously. Thank you very much. Now, I think it might be a good time to break for lunch. I mentioned 12:45. It's 12:43 now, and we restart at 1:30, which will allow members of the committee to watch the 1 o'clock update if you wish to do so. So if we can come back on board at just before 1:30, that would be great.
Rob,
Yes?
just in that respect, my apologies because I have to at least to go in part to the Mayoral Forum meeting this afternoon. So I'll try and be present as much as I can in your meeting, but I've got that as well.
Understood.
Thank
Okay.
you.
Thanks, Mary.
Yeah, apologies to Rob. I've got an Intel briefing ahead of this afternoon's one that I'll try and jump in and out a little bit. But.
Okay.
I'll be joining Ryan with that as well, Rob.
Okay, appreciate
it. And apology for me in case I say something stupid. Thank you.
Okay, all right.
That's a standing.
That's a standing apology.
Yeah, I was going to say.
You can go and have some brain food now, Mark. It's lunchtime.
Councillor
Okay,
Rob,
thanks everybody. We'll see you at 1:30.
Yeah.
Without you, Mark.
Thanks.
So governance, we're all ready to go. We're back on stream.
One moment, I'm just double checking that we are. Yes, we are.
Thank you very much. Welcome back, everybody. I see Emily's there, ready to go. So we're now on to item 11, which is the contract extensions. And Emily's going to speak to this.
Good afternoon, councillors. My name is Emily Botcher. I'm the Facilities Unit Manager at Council. This report requests Council's approval to extend 5 contracts, neither the contract term or the approved contract sum. All these contracts are due to expire by the end of this financial year, and we would actually like Council's approval to extend them for a maximum of 12 months, so it enables our incumbent contractors time to recover from COVID-19. You'll see that there's a mixture there of approvals required because of the delegation to the CE. Some of those are actually above his delegation, which is the reason why we're coming to you today. And I'll take the report as read and happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, Emily. Ryan, Councillor Ryan.
Yeah. Emily, just in terms of our local industry, how many of these are based in locally?
I believe the main part of the contractors may actually be national. So, for instance, Woodview is based in Auckland. However, they use local staff, so all the people on site actually live locally, and they also use a lot of local subcontractors as well.
What was that company, sorry?
That was Woodview, so that's the Facilities Renewals and New Build Program.
Okay, and what about the others? Can you just take me through them quickly?
So the Fire Security Services, that is also a national company, but all those services are provided locally. The electrical contract, that's actually from Waikato Electrical, or now called Feist, and that is a local company. The car park license management, that's Secure Park, which again is a national company. However, it is the majority of the services is someone who sits in our underground car park and looks after that car park for us, and he's a local person. And the glazing contract, that's actually a local company that provides us with services to repair windows and replace windows.
Okay, and are they sort of contracted out more on a broken windows basis, like a reactive rather than?
Yeah, generally, yeah.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Councillor Martin.
Yeah, just bear with me. Contract, item 31, contract 18340, facilities renewal and new build program. You say the current approved contract sum is 7 million, and it's requested that the approved contract sum of the contract is increased to 23 million. Can you just give us a context? Give us more details of this contract. Probably I'm asking you the question that most of my colleagues may know.
So, Councillor, this contract delivers a program of works per every year, and the current incumbent is Woodview Construction. The works that they provided us in this current financial year is approximately about $7 million worth of works, and we have a planned amount of works for next financial year of $6 million. At the time of writing this report, staff were also looking at how can we actually provide stimulus throughout the organisation. Now, that stimulus has not been approved yet, but what I'm asking here is for Council to approve an increase in contract sum. However, for all those works, which account to about $10 million, and that's just an estimate on my part, we'll have to go through Council delegations before those works are actually approved.
Now, the issue here is delegation. Now, that would be over a certain quantum coming to this committee, a further quantum coming to council, but below a certain quantum, that would just go through the chief executive or the relevant manager. Is that right?
Yes, correct, yes.
So what I'm asking the chairperson here is how much quantum are we talking about now where you're asking for approval all up? Just remind me again.
So I'm asking for 16 million, which is 6 million of approved works. So that's just our normal day-to-day renewals that we do, and an additional 10 million to cover any works that may be brought forward to assist in Hamilton's recovery from COVID, noting that all these recovery works will be approved through Council's delegations prior to the works commencing.
Well, yeah, because then I'm asking, I want the Chair's advice, Mr. Chair, Chair of Finance. I just want to get a feel about, from a governance point of view, I have 4 or 5 bullet points, and I get what I'm being asked to do, but I'm not sure about the process. I certainly don't have a feel of exactly what that $10 million is doing, and I'm not saying I don't want to approve this, but I'm just wondering, should I have, from a governance point of view, more information as to the detail? And then when we're talking about delegation, obviously it's not a business as usual.
Do you want me to respond to that?
Yeah, look, and it's not a trick question. It's just a genuine. All I'm focusing on is on what should a project, where should, you know, the detail we should be having. It's an open question. I don't reach a conclusion.
If I can just add another question to yours, and that is, Emily, of the 10 million that is in the, if you like, the unapproved portion of the contracts, how much of that is already budgeted for in the long-term plan?
So that would not be budgeted for in the long-term plan. So what is budgeted for in the long-term plan is the renewals program, which is the $6 million in next financial year.
Okay, so does anything then in that 10 million trigger the need for us to go out and re-tender?
So
I know it's a combination of a whole lot of contracts, but is there any 1 or 2 contracts there that send up a bit of a red flag that maybe we should be going out to re-tender on those particular contracts?
We would have to look at that on a case-by-case basis. Yep. Of the works, and then determine whether or not it's actually beneficial to go out to re-tender. Some works might be quite simple, and then we would just use our incumbent contractor. Other works we would say, actually, no, we could actually make some gains here if we go out and re-tender, and that could be financial or process gains. So we would have to look at it on a case-by-case basis.
So do we throw a bit of a net over each of these contracts to make sure that the increases that are being sought by the contractor are reasonable? As Chris would do, you know, in terms of having one of his projects scrutinised sort of independently by a quantity surveyor or someone like that, or an engineer?
Yes, it's correct. We do that anyway as business as usual. So before any works start, the contractor provides us with a scope of work. We develop a scope of works, and then the contractor provides us with an estimate. My team actually then goes through that estimate with a very, very sharp pencil, and then determines whether or not those costs are actually reasonable. I'm quite fortunate that in my team I've actually got some team members who are from the industry anyway, so they can actually provide us with in-house advice on that. If it is something that we don't have in-house knowledge on, then yes, most definitely we go out and get an estimate from a QS as well.
So before I go back to Martin, then, have you done all of this on these particular contracts?
So that's only for the renewals program, because that's as usual. The other contracts, all the contractors have said that they will provide us with the same level of service for the same price with CPI adjustment. So whilst we're not going out and determining whether or not we can get better value for money, we're just following on from the terms that we've currently got.
Okay, thank you. Back to you, Martin. Is that answered your question?
The key word is a provision of 10 million to cover any works that may be brought forward to assist in Hamilton's recovery. Would that be classified as new spending, or is it within our existing AP budget?
That would be new spending, Councillor.
So it's $10 million new spending. So back to the chair. If this is just, help me here from a governance point of view, there's a proposal to authorise new spending, but at different levels of delegation. If the minor stuff is, the lesser stuff is delegated to staff, the rest comes to this committee. But obviously, I assume that will have an implication for our annual plan moving forward. I'm just wanting to get a sense from a finance point of view and a governance point of view, what should our oversight be of this $10 million new spending? Now, in a sense, I don't have a sense personally exactly line by line of what that new spending is, but I'm just trying to work out, I'm not trying to be negative, but I'm just trying to work out what would be normal governance oversight in this area. And of that $10 million new spending, what would we be expecting in terms of a general detail?
I would have thought, and I thought, and I think Emily has detailed that in her report, that anything that fits within existing delegations would be dealt with as such, and anything that doesn't deal within existing delegations would need to come back to council for approval. Am I right in that, Emily?
Yes, that's correct.
So do you think, Mr. Chair, given the situation we're in, and I'm not wanting to tear up the delegation manual, trust me, but we're dealing with new spending in a very unique and challenging time. Is there anything else we should be wanting around this? And again, it's to you as Chair of Finance.
It would involve us in having to amend our existing delegations, I would believe. And I suspect, if anything, there's been a wish from some around council to actually increase the delegations. Well,
Mr. Chairman, it's Chris here. Can I jump in and hopefully to try and be helpful? I think what I'm hearing from Emily, I'm looking for Emily to confirm that this once again is a process issue that allows agility on the contract. I don't think that she's asking for any extra funding. So council will work within its delegations. One of those delegations is to only work on projects or funding that's approved in the 10-year plan. So the only ability that the chief executive has got under the delegation, you do allow him to overspend, I think from memory, up to $250,000 for one project with a cumulative of $1 million. So you've capped his overspend ability per year. So Emily, is that correct, that you're not actually asking for any extra funding? This is just about the contractual process of getting work done that you will approve through other means?
Yes, that's correct.
Can I just get clarification on that? I thought 10 million of the 16 was in fact money that has not previously been budgeted for, and therefore is what would fit into Chris's definition of new spending. Have I missed a point there?
So Emily, what I'm sorry, I've just been listening today. I haven't read the paper thoroughly, but I thought Emily is anticipating that there might be new works that you will instruct, and she's looking for the contractual ability to implement those works. So there is no funding approved. She would need funding approval from you, to go anywhere near that $10 million. Is that correct, Emily?
Yes, that's correct.
So how will you do that, Emily? Will that come through to us as part of the annual plan, or will it be part of the long-term plan? I assume that it needs to be done now, doesn't it?
So I haven't been party to the development of stimulus projects, so maybe Chris could actually answer this question. And so whether or not that's available for the annual plan process or not, or whether it's going to be delivered throughout the next financial year as these projects come online.
Yep. So I think once again, it's very easy to, in a capital sense, to track any expenditure. Like we talked this morning about the COVID-related costs for contracts, and we'll be tracking those. Clearly, through the annual plan, you'll be making most of your stimulus decisions or project decisions for the capital program. I think some things will come through that same avenue for Emily in terms of new capital projects, perhaps. One of the things we anticipate and we want to give the council the opportunity to do is, while some of our assets are at a low use of activity, do we want to bring forward some renewals and renew those? Well, there's not so much activity going on. So there's a lot of things that we are looking at to bring back to council.
Are these not mostly OPEX spends though, rather than capital spends? Looking at the glass facility, the car park license management agreement, the electrical maintenance, isn't that just OPEX spend rather than it coming out of the capital?
Yes, Councillor, all four of them are OPEX, apart from the building renewals and compliance, which is CapEx. There potentially could be some CapEx components of the other four, of glazing and electrical, but that's generally minor compared to the OPEX component of those contracts.
So through the chair, Emily, the extension of the contracts just allows us to deal with existing issues over the next 12 months while we go through a significant tender process for to see whether there are any different decisions we want to make. Right? I think you said before these numbers are just your estimates, but nothing is locked in stone, and we will refer to the delegations policy in terms of any works that we want to carry out.
Yeah, that's correct.
Martin?
And confirm, as I understand it, this is a decision. This is a decision. So in summary, you're not saying new spending.
Sorry, what was that, Martin?
Well, I mean, to me, I'll save it to debate. I'll just listen to the questions. I just have a degree of discomfort around the $10 million as to the information that is provided between 31 and 36 bullet point, but I'll just listen to further questions. But I think I appreciate the questions the chair's asked. And Chris Allen's explanation.
Thanks, Martin. Ewan.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Really appreciate the opportunity to speak. Look, I've got a question, but I just want to make a comment. I think Martin has zeroed in on a very critical issue. My question, I guess, to Emily or Chris is, if we choose to approve the 6 million out of the 16, that simply enables the existing contracts to play out and separates the 10 million to come back to us, either part of the annual plan in terms of projects that you've identified. Would that not work?
Thanks, Councillor Wilson. That's a good question. Yes, that would work as well, because we'll have more certainty with the annual plan process.
Thank you, because I think Martin has really hit on the nail here, and I understand why staff are doing it. It's easier to do it in one bite, but I think what we're saying is, and I think in your own words, please correct me if I've misunderstood, there is still more detail to be thrashed out. There may be some movement or fluidity in the quantums. And what I'm saying is, if we just push that 10 million to the side, that would give you more time to get some more accuracy, and that we could then be part of that debate at a subsequent occasion.
Yes, that would work.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Like Ryan, I've got to pop out to another meeting, but I would have definitely supported a motion that moves the 10 million aside and gives staff an opportunity to come back later.
All right, thanks, Councillor Ewan. Martin, do you want to work on, if you're in agreement with that, do you want to work on some wording for an amendment to cover that off? Where's he gone? Martin?
Yeah, look, what I'm suggesting is, Mr. Chair, you might like to incorporate the points in terms of the referral back of the 10 million that Councillor Wilson's raised as part of your substantive motion that you would move. I would say that if there's a consensus around that approach, then can I suggest that you may wish to just include that in the substantive motion, and all it is the 10 million bit comes back to this committee.
Right, thank you. Sarah, Councillor Sarah.
Thank you, Chair Rob. Emily, so I was just also wanting to understand this a little bit better. In terms of the other contracts, they have an approved sum, and then the approved for up to June 2020, and then it's being recommended that we extend them to June 2021 with an approved contract sum which is just slightly more. So, like, for example, the electrical maintenance, it goes from 5 million to 5.7. Is that the added CPI that you were referring to?
So that's generally the additional to the approved contract sum is what we generally spend per annum on that contract. So over the next 12 months, with the extension of the works, we're expecting another $700,000 worth of works to take place, and that includes a CPI adjustment.
Okay, and that's all approved spending and stuff as well?
Yes, that's all approved, yes.
So is the only contract with the issue of kind of unapproved works the one for building and renewal and maintenance?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And with the renewals and new build one, is just for clarity, if we were to approve the extra 10 million, is that just for our own reference, that staff can, if projects come up that need this sort of work, then that's the contractor that's used, rather than any obligation towards the contractor themselves in regards to how much we're spending over the next year?
So the approved contract sum is essentially a cap, and it's put in place for financial purposes so we can actually manage a contractor's spend. So it's more really of an auditing purpose, so we know that we've got a general idea of what we should be expecting a contractor to spend, and then we can audit against that. So in this instance, I've just put a guess of $10 million. It doesn't mean to say that we will actually use Woodview for those works. We may go elsewhere. We may only end up doing $500,000 of work, or we may not deliver any additional works through Woodview. But it's just there just as a cap, so we can manage the total expenditure of that contract. It doesn't actually say that we will spend that money with that contractor.
Right. Okay. So the risk associated with this is more in the fact of whether elected members want more oversight as to which contractors are used, rather than there being any other potential risks for council.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's what the Councillor Gallagher and Wilson were talking about, was providing councillors with that transparency.
Okay, that makes sense. Final comment or question is just around still on that same contract, when going to the environmental impact statement, it talks about all appropriate measures are taken to reduce carbon waste and other materials through this contract. Do you know the details of what measures are required, or what is actually in the contract or tender documents in terms of requirements there?
So every job we do in the building world is completely different to the other job that we do in the building world. So each job needs to be taken on its own merit. One of the things we do is we try and reduce the amount of concrete, because it has quite a high carbon load to it. So we do everything in our power to reduce that. So we look at all the materials that are used and determine whether or not we can actually substitute those materials for something that's a bit more environmental friendly. And we also did the same thing with health and safety as well. So we look at each job and we do safety and design to make sure that the way we design something is actually buildable and our contractors remain safe throughout the construction. So those two sort of lenses are applied to all jobs that we carry out.
And I know some work is being done around the procurement policy, and I expect ultimately there would be room to improve our standards and things in this regard. Would it be possible to have, say, a report back to the next Environment Committee meeting, or if that's not, that time frame isn't possible, then another relatively close time meeting. In terms of what we actually have in our procurement policy around sustainability, and maybe some of what we could be doing to further, I guess, our efforts in that area, so that can help to kind of weave into the climate action plan as well, and our own Hamilton City Council plan.
Could I get Dave or Tracy to answer that one, because that's the procurement policies in their remit?
Yeah, we had a call with Councillor Pascoe and Councillor Maxine just the other day, just talking about the work that we've done with regard to the procurement policy. So there's a significant amount of work that is being done at the moment. And one of the things that we realised through this discussion is that we hadn't really communicated or given an update in terms of what is included in the procurement policy. So that's one of the actions out of here, is to reinforce the things that you're talking about that currently are in the procurement policy, so that we can make sure that everyone's aware of how far it goes.
Would say I don't know how easy it is to break up the aspects of it around social and environmental and things, but would it be appropriate for it to come back to somewhere like the Environment Committee for the sustainability aspect of that?
Well, the procurement policy is a kind of like an all-in policy, trading off between different elements of our procurement process. So I'll have a chat to Igor and Tracy, and maybe what's best is to part of that communication is to bring it back into a briefing, just to review that with elected members as a starting point.
Okay, yeah, that would be good to have that followed up in some way, just whichever forum I suppose is most appropriate. Thank you, David.
Sure.
Thank you, Sarah. I've got Councillor Margaret. Unmute. You need to unmute, Margaret.
Yep. Thanks, Rob. And look, just following up from that, Dave, my preference is for it to be for that procurement and environmental oversight, not to come back to the Environment Committee, but to go to a more collaborative type chairs oversight, or some sort of meeting at that next level before it comes to, well, I don't even think it does need to come to environment. It can be included somewhere in the climate action plan, but my preference is we have that cross-committee collaboration beforehand.
Right, thank you. Councillor Maxine.
Thanks for that, and thanks for those suggestions. Look, thank you also, David, for the call that we did have the other day around that procurement, and it was really useful to be able to see some of the work that's happening, and to acknowledge that there was a real lack of it being socialised around council, and a clear understanding about council. I think in this particular environment, and with the COVID-19 fallout that we'll be facing, there will be much more eyes on council around what Hamiltonians might want to see staying local. So a really clear message out to our public about the importance that we put on it, and thank you also for your report.
Have you got a question? Have you got a question?
Yeah, I do. And I guess the question really is about how can we best make sure that those messages are getting out to our public, especially if we're looking to award or to increase some of those limits and caps on things, because these meetings are very public, and we need to be very clear about what our messaging, etc., is.
Thank you. Got an answer? Does it need to be answered? No.
We are working with on that, Councillor Maxine. We're working with comms to see how we can better communicate out to our public to remind them of our focus in terms of buying local. as Emily pointed out, we may engage with a national firm, but they employ local workers within Hamilton, and those are the types of messages we want to get out there, so that the community understand that we are focusing on generating economic activity for Hamilton when we procure as best as possible.
Okay, and just as a last question from me, I want to refocus back on the $10 million and what place it might have in annual plan discussions. Given that Emily has said that that's a kind of a maximum, and we don't really know how much of that spending would be required, and this question might be best directed towards David or Tracy, what are the trigger points of, and let's say the $10 million is the new spend, which isn't in the long-term plan, what's the trigger point at where you would come back to council and say, hey, we need some approval for this spending that isn't budgeted for? Because I'm just wavering here between whether it needs to be included in the motion or whether it's just giving you the contractual ability to go out and do the work and then report back to us when circumstances occur that we need additional funding to meet unexpected costs.
Yeah, and in answer to that, what this paper is doing is extending our commercial arrangements with these contracting firms so that we can continue providing the type of service that we require, or get the service that we require. There's no intent to spend over our budgeted limits. A lot of the operating costs associated with these contracts will come through our operating and maintenance budgets, and they are linked into our renewals program in terms of making sure that we look after the assets that we've got, which is a key part of our financial strategy. So in terms of a trigger point, if there's a large sum of cash that that relates to a project that hasn't been budgeted for, we will bring it back through the normal channels of the Finance Committee. Otherwise, we will work within the budget that we have, and that we can prioritise the money that we have in our budget for the urgent works that we've got in front of us.
So what is the trigger point? Is it $1 million of unbudgeted expenditure that would trigger you coming back to council or back to finance?
No, it's not a dollar. It's not a dollar value. What it is a project that was not foreseen in the budget that we are engaging in, that we would need to get some approval from council. So bearing in mind that we do have the ability to shift between the 3 years renewal program with regard to in Chris's area, that delegation of $3 million. We also have projects that are planned for in our operating budgets, which you'll see the costs coming in the operating maintenance line. So we will continue to work within the budgets that we have. There'll only be if there will be a project that comes in that was unbudgeted for and it's of a significant value that we believe needs to be a decision of council. But our underlying principle is always to look after the assets that we've got.
Yep, thank you. Now I've got Martin, have you got a further question?
It just, I without entering into debate, I guess I would strongly, through a question, advise that I think it would be good to make reference to that 10 million in terms of just noting that we are going to have ongoing oversight of that.
Councillor Maxine.
Sorry, no. I'm putting my hand down now.
Okay, well, I guess in terms of how we deal with this, we could add a further, we could add a D onto the staff recommendation. And I'm just going to run this past to see whether or not it deals with your particular issue, Martin. I'm quite comfortable with the explanation that David has given us in terms of what might trigger the need for a reporting back to get approval from council, whether it's through this committee or through council. But I have drafted something here which suggests under D that subject to the approvals in A, B and C, staff to report, staff to refer any increased spend estimated at $10 million to be incorporated into the annual plan discussions, or something to that effect. Is that likely to?
I think that personally, I think that would meet it. It's just another referral back, because all I'm saying, Mr. Chair, we're now no longer in business as usual, obviously, and it's just an extra caution. It may, yes, I'd personally be comfortable with that.
The issue though, Martin, is that this is pre-COVID-19, isn't it? It's something that staff would have brought to us anyway, rather than it being the need being an outcome from the COVID-19 matter.
Sure, I get that, but obviously we're, as we all know, we're going to be looking at our whole operations from the ground up. We're obviously wanting, we've been talking now about, local procurement. We're legitimately talking, as Councillor Thompson raised, around the environmental aspects. There's a whole range of other stuff. So all I'm saying is, without getting into the kitchen, and acknowledging the role of management and leadership from a governance point of view at this point in time, because it's not business as usual, and because we're going to have an incredibly challenging annual plan process coming up, we want to achieve some really good objectives. I just have an extra comfort that we're at least noting that in terms of the minutes and intent. That's all.
Okay. All right. So democracy, can you add a further?
Yeah. I do have a draft wording that might work if Rebecca can pop it up. It's very much along the same lines as what you've just mentioned, but it's based on that individual contract rather than all of them.
Okay.
Right?
I'll be looking to Councillor Martin to move the motion, so you'll need to get it to. So all of the 10 million relates to that contract 18340. Does that meet your?
I think so. All I'm wanting really is just that. What I'm looking for is that we just have an oversight. It's just in these times, from a governance point of view, I don't think it unduly hampers our staff team moving forward at all. But it does mean that we have an oversight. So I'm more than happy to either second your substantive motion, Mr. Chair, or move. You tell me what you want to do. If it's acceptable to you, may I humbly suggest that you move it as part of your motion? I'm happy to second.
I'm happy to do that, but I'm also happy to look for an amendment if anyone wishes to.
Through the chair, just David here, I'd be a little concerned at the addition there in yellow, in the sense of we already have the constraint, or shall we say, the budgets for our renewals program. I think Emily has just estimated an amount of dollars. You'll get elected members will get visibility, absolutely get visibility through the annual plan, both in the capital program and in the operating and maintenance lines, if you like, through the annual plan budget. So with or without anything added, where I'm a bit concerned on here is that it's saying any part of the $10 million would need finance committee sign off, as I read it, and that would obviously be quite a fence to jump if you were only spending, let's just say, $100,000 on a piece of work, or $50,000 on another piece of work, which was within the delegated authority of staff, purely for the basis of not bringing every transaction through to the finance committee to be authorised, of course.
So where do we stop if you're cumulative? There's 5 lots of $200,000, 10 lots of $200,000. Where do we have oversight around that cumulative?
Both in the capital portfolio monitoring report, where we report the renewals and the renewals budget. We know that we're behind on our budget anyway, and so this is a topic of looking after the assets that we've got and making sure that we can further work if we can catch up on our spend. So It's a difficult one. You could put any dollar value there, but it sort of circumvents the whole budget process and
Well,
the
I
flexibility.
think what I'm saying is detail in terms of your general manager's report each time finance meets or the appropriate committee is just making sure that we're running our BDI over this for the simple reason that when it comes to AEP, our annual plan process, as we've all discussed, we have some incredibly challenging challenges, and we're going to be looking at our organisation ground up, one, to try and preserve the jobs that we have within our council team, obviously, because that's good economics out in the community, but efficient jobs, and two, to maximise economic benefit to the community. So it's, all I'm trying to say respectfully is just making sure that we have adequate governance oversight.
Can I just get some clarification on this? I understood the $10 million from Emily was new spending, which to me was not part of our renewals and maintenance budget. And David, you're suggesting that that spending is in regard to that. So is there some clarity around that? Because it may well be that elected members have picked up in the discussion that this $10 million is brand new expenditure that hasn't previously been approved in the long-term plan.
How I've read that is that this is the renewals program over the next 3 years. So if we bring forward into the next 12 months spending, it will be approved monies in the long-term plan, but we will be starting works earlier than what was planned.
So if we change the word any to new
and unbudgeted.
New and unbudgeted, yeah. Is that satisfactory to you, Martin?
Yeah. Look, I'm aware. I'm aware, Mr. Chair, that Councillor McPherson is waving and is in your list. He may have something to add to this.
Okay, I haven't got it. Yeah, okay. Councillor Dave, I can't see you on my screen at the moment, so.
Okay, I'm sorry about that. I can see me on my screen and you. It's not, favour's not been returned. Sorry.
Okay, that's all right. Please go ahead.
Yeah, that's a bit of a problem then if you can't see the little hand up. Yeah, wondered why you weren't reacting.
Yeah, it's only
Sorry.
because I've got the motion up on the screen that I can't see it. It may be.
Oh, I've got a panel of 6 people down the side of that. Okay, must be different machines.
Yes, I've got you on that panel now. Yes.
Yeah. Anyway, no, that's just a minor point. Look, apart from agreeing what GM David's just said, I wonder why it's just the Finance Committee, because other committees have delegated authority under certain circumstances to do spending. So I could half-pie agree with it if it said approved at the end, approved by the council or appropriate committee. Because it's not just the Finance Committee. That would go some way towards, it also makes you a little bit more nimble, given that you've got 4 committees or so with delegated authority. So can I throw that in there?
Approved by an appropriate committee or council.
Council or appropriate.
Or appropriate committee. Yep, that's fine.
Yeah.
Yep.
And can I ask GM David if what he thinks this is a workable way of handling it, because I'm a bit concerned it's removing nimbleness.
Yeah, I'm troubled in the same regard, Councillor Dave. The agility of staff to be able to move projects within their remit in the best interests of looking after the assets that we have. We don't want to be waiting for a committee cycle to get approval there. I understand Council's concern in the sense that on the one hand, it may look like staff might go and spend $10 million additional money that has not been budgeted or approved, but that in reality, that's not what will happen. We have we are governed
Could you
by
explain what the? Sorry, David.
No, it's okay.
Could you explain what the Could you explain what the safeguards are then for elected members if we weren't to have this there, the reporting back and the approvals?
Yeah, so the safeguards will be our capital portfolio monitoring report that provides information to elected members at a level with regard to our renewals and compliance program. In terms of new builds, we always bring visibility through to the Finance Committee for recommendation to Council to approve, bearing in mind that all of the committees have the ability to have discussions around budgeted projects, but the delegated authority only sits with full council to actually spend unbudgeted money. So not even the Finance Committee can approve unbudgeted money. It recommends to full council to approve that.
So you sort of suggesting this is what's in yellow is superfluous because it wouldn't be an issue anyway? I mean, it couldn't be new money couldn't be spent. Okay. Rob, look, I understand where you and Martin are coming from, but I'm just wondering, I personally think that's unnecessary given David's explanation, and I didn't really want to move an amendment, which would be the original motion.
Yeah. Look, I'm in agreement with you, Dave. I don't think it's necessary, but Martin may still wish to include this in.
Mr. Chair, what I'm suggesting is if I have a second, I move that highlighted bit as an amendment, because again, if you look at the report, it does talk about new spending, but that's cool. I've raised my concerns. I'll move it as an amendment, and it can, because I do think it's a slight extra check and balance. I don't personally think it's too much of an impediment, but if I have a second, I'm happy to move the amendment, and then if it wins, it wins. If it loses,
I'll second it. I'm happy to second, Rob.
Okay, thank you, Thank you, Councillor Margaret. So this is the amendment. The motion, which hasn't as yet been put, is the staff recommendation. Oh, okay. Well, I'll move the staff recommendation.
And I'll second it, Rob.
Thank you.
Can I confirm that that one is actually going to be the motion itself? We're just swapping orders?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right. So I need to, are there any other questions, clarification required before we go to debate? I can't see any hands up. Hang on, let me have a look. No. Okay, so we're going to debate now, and we're going to we will firstly vote on the motion, but we will debate on both. Sorry, we'll first of all move towards voting on the amendment, but we will debate on both the motion and the amendment. So who have I got? Martin, do you want to speak first?
Well, I acknowledge that you as the mover of the motion would speak first and have the final say. That's how it goes, and I'm happy to then speak to my amendment. In your hands, Mr. Chair.
Okay, look, I'll speak very briefly on the motion, and that is that I think we've had advice today from staff that the additional clauses, or the additional clause in the amendment is not required, because that information would come to us in any account. So for that reason, I will be supporting the motion. Speakers in the debate, I've got Dave next.
Well, I'm wondering if I could just be, as the mover of the amendment, if I could speak. And then
okay, you haven't got your hand up, that was all.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay, yep, Martin.
Yeah, look, I just think it gives us an extra check and balance. I don't think it unduly frustrates the process. I don't think it unduly compromises nimbleness, but obviously we'll, as you do, bow to the wisdom of the majority.
Thank you. Councillor Dave.
Thanks, Rob. Look, it isn't the biggest thing facing the council at the moment, but I do think that the amendment is just a little superfluous. I want checks and balances too. I don't think this is the place we need to grab them. I think we've already got them. New money, as has been explained by David, new money can't be spent without the whole of council approving that, not even a committee, certainly not staff. I think we've got more than adequate safeguards. And to be honest, I believe that the way staff have been informing us and keeping us abreast of what they know in this area has been better than adequate. And I'm backing that to continue, and also not trying to tie knots where knots are not necessary.
Thank you, Dave. Councillor Maxine.
Thanks. I'll be backing my chair on this motion, and I understand that it's the increase of a cap, which may or may not be taken advantage of, and should it be needed, then there would be the appropriate process for it to have to work through in order that it be approved and the job taken up. So I, for that reason, have confidence that as a finance committee, we are able to have oversight over that, and that the appropriate monitoring report would allow us to have that oversight as well. And so for that reason, I'll be supporting my chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Maxine. I've got no other participants in the debate showing up, so we'll move to the vote. And the vote is first of all on the amendment. And I would ask if you could use the green ticks or red crosses at the bottom of the screen. So we'll now vote on the amendment. Oops.
Mr. Chair, the amendment is, because you switched them around, didn't you?
Yes, the amendment is Martin's.
Okay.
With the additional
yellow highlight.
With the yellow highlight in it. Has everybody voted?
So I have voted for Deputy Mayor Taylor, Councillor Naidu-Rolfe, Councillor Forsyth and Councillor Gallagher. And those against, Councillor Thompson, Councillor Van Oosten, Councillor Pascoe, Councillor McPherson and Councillor O'Leary. So the amendment is lost.
So now the motion becomes the substantive motion. You'll need to click on your previous vote to remove it. So if you could now vote for the motion, on the motion.
Those for the motion, Councillor McPherson, Councillor Pascoe, Councillor O'Leary, Councillor Van Oosten, Deputy Mayor Taylor, Councillor Naidu-Rolfe, Councillor Gallagher and Councillor Thompson. Those against the motion, Councillor Forsyth. The motion is declared carried.
Thank you, everybody. Now we move on to item 13, which is the New Zealand Local Government Funding Agency amendments. And this was a late item, and before I ask Tracy to speak to it, in our pre-meeting, Deputy Chair Maxine and I asked a number of questions which Tracy was, this is before we received the report, but expecting some of the questions that might be asked today. So when Tracy presents, I would ask if she could perhaps give an overview of the responses that we've had back from NZ, from LGFA on the queries that we raised, and that might save some time and question time. Tracy?
Thank you, Chair. So this report is essentially just asking the committee to delegate to signees for basically a whole bunch of documents that need to be redone. So when we joined LGFA, there was many documents, as you'll see here, with issuer deeds and subscriptions and things like that. What's happened over the last year or so, that Mark, when he has come and presented on LGFA, has discussed and mentioned, is being able to lend, the LGFA to be able to lend directly to CCOs. So fundamentally, that's what these documents are, is just adding in those initial pieces to change how the setup is done. The questions specifically that were asked, that we've gone to LGFA around, was at how, I guess, the mechanics of how that will actually work and what that will look like going forward. To be fair, LGFA are working on that and obviously detail behind the scenes, but fundamentally the takeout is councillors still need to guarantee that CCO for their lending, and only CCOs that are fully owned, so 100% ownership from councils, are able to borrow. So if they've got a third party involved, then they won't be allowed to borrow from LGFA either. The council still needs to give LGFA approval to lend to that CCO. So we're, as a council, that it'll still have to come through us to allow them to do that. But obviously, once we've given that approval, the actual ongoing relationship will be directly then with that CCO and LGFA going forward. We can and always have been able to lend to a CCO via LGFA ourselves, but obviously the risk was on us and held in our balance sheet as opposed to the CCO. So that's why they've moved it so that they can have that direct relationship. And yeah, that's probably about it, I guess, from the sort of the summary of sort of the questions that were asked. So like I say, the actual logistics and all the paperwork and things like that, so this is just the start of setting in motion this agreement.
Thanks, Tracy. Are there any questions?
I think if I can just, through the chair, also support what Tracy said, and just remind elected members that this decision in terms of going forward with LGFA loaning director CCOs was made at a council meeting last year towards the end. So this is just completing the process of updating the document. So the foundation policies were updated at that meeting, and this is just the final documents that need to be changed. And given that it's a change to the core deed, it's been brought back to this committee just in the interest of transparency.
Thank you, David. I've got a question from Councillor Margaret.
Thanks, Dave. You just answered it in that last comment you made. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Maxine.
Yeah, so just for clarity, any borrowing that the CCO was doing would be completely on their books and not affect council or our debt to revenue ratio at all. Is that correct, David?
That's correct.
Or Tracy, beg your pardon. Okay, yeah. And so that, I mean, you know, that's a good thing, right?
Yes, definitely.
And also follow up from that, just in terms of where we have a CCO that is owned by more than just our council, and some of those others weren't perhaps members of the LGFA. How would that be treated?
Yeah, sure. So that was one of the questions I did ask LGFA. So they basically said in the case of a CCO that is owned by multiple councils, I would expect that the most likely outcome is that the guarantee would be proportionate to the council's shareholdings. So obviously those that have a shareholding in LGFA would hold more of that guarantee, and if they weren't, then they wouldn't.
And is there, what examples is there that we have with other CCOs? What other councils rather than CCOs? Yeah.
So the Hamilton Airport would be one that we have a combined shareholding with, and not all of the councils are borrow from LGFA.
Thank you.
So just following on from that question, Tracy, the airport would not be able to secure a debt from LGFA unless all of the shareholding councils were members of LGFA.
No, I don't think it means that. I think it just is, it's more from a guarantee. I think ideally then obviously you would want all of the shareholding councils to agree fundamentally to the borrowing, but to actually guarantee that borrowing would obviously then rely on those councils that are members of LGFA.
Would the LGFA in the first instance, so if I use the airport as an example, would they take security over airport assets, land and so forth as a first tranche rather than just simply relying on a guarantee from council?
My understanding is that they'd just be treated like just exactly the same as us. And so, as you know, the discussion that we quite often have around level of borrowings and other councils, and David alluded to it a bit this morning when he was discussing the wanting to go to 250, because obviously not all the councils across New Zealand have as much borrowing as some of those are the growth councils. So it would fundamentally come under the same conditions.
Yeah, no, but my question is, if the airport borrowed money off LGFA, would LGFA take a mortgage over the airport's land as security and then rely on our guarantee should the security fail?
My understanding is yes, but I can certainly clarify that for you.
Sorry, Tracy, I don't think that's the case. I think they would rely totally on the guarantees from the councils.
Apologies. Yep.
And so that guarantee then, David, would eventually end up in our annual accounts and could well be taken into account in terms of anyone, including LGFA, assessing our, while it won't be on our balance sheet, it will still be certainly in the notes of our balance sheet to say that we are guaranteeing a loan of X dollars to Hamilton Airport.
Yeah,
so
that's right.
It could impact on our credit rating to the extent that we have got a contingent liability under the guarantee.
Well, I guess the LGFA's position is there's no real change from what can currently happen today, and that is that councils can borrow direct from the LGFA and on-lend that to the CCO. So from their perspective, this was more administrative in the sense of allowing CCOs to go direct. In essence, the decision, as Tracy's pointed out, would be that it would be our council to decide whether or not we wanted to extend a guarantor to that, and so it would be a case by case, and council would have full information at that time.
Yeah, okay. And I see that in their response that they see water companies as being the likely user of this facility.
They're getting the structure set up, if you like, with the LGFA to be able to on-lend to the CCOs, but as Tracy alluded to, they're working through what that might look like in a real case, and so council doesn't have to extend its approval at all, and nothing changes from today. So this is a period of discovery in terms of whether or not council would feel comfortable with such an arrangement, and so there'll be some time in the future. I will take a moment just to remind elected members there is a paper that went on this to full council, as I talked about before. Actually, it's Finance Committee, sorry, on the 10th of September. No, it was full council. I'll circulate the date. We've got a few reports open, but that had some really useful attachments to it, and one was the history of the LGFA, and so that might be something that's useful for me to circulate for all elected members to remind themselves of as we go down that discussion with the financial strategy and and the how the debt to revenue might impact us if we were to breach.
Right, thank you for that. I see I've got no further questions, so I will put the staff recommendation, which is in paragraph 2 on page 104. I will move. Do I have a seconder, please? Thank you, Councillor Maxine. Is there any debate? There being none, I will call for those in favour of the motion. Please raise your hand. And I've got Pascoe, Gallagher, McPherson, O'Leary, Van Oostum, Wilson, Thompson, Taylor, Forsyth. That's all I think I've got on my screen. Yep. Any against? I see no hands, so the motion is passed unanimously. Next item on the agenda is the resolution to exclude the public. I will so move. Do I have a seconder? Thank you, Deputy Mayor Taylor. Those in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? Or raise your hands. Sorry, raise your hands. Against? Carried. Thank you. So we'll just close down for a couple of minutes to allow governance to close down the track before we come back for the public section of the meeting.